agriculturalist. Like I know one agriculturalist, a member, appealed to my office, who was taken to where he would not add value. Committees give members opportunity to serve this country better by bringing the best out of them. There are some 3 members that I know who are supposed to be in the budget, given their expertise. They were not even put nearer the budget committee. We have Honorable Katesh, I have Honorable Omara, Paul Omara, we have Honorable Pratozia. Yeah. Please, let's take note and realign. We are just beginning, but we can't have excuse for the next 6 months when we have wrong members, not wrong members. Right members in the wrong committees. Thank you very much. Next.
Item 3, statements by ministers on 1, the update on Ebola disease outbreak in Uganda.
Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising is under Rule 8. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a tendency of favoring some committees over others. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, that's why some people choose to crowd on some committees and refuse to join the others, and these whips go through a lot of problems, having to convince members to serve on this committee instead of another one that is preferred. You can find, Right Honorable Speaker, that some committees can barely get an office or a room where to hold the meetings. I have ever been a chairperson of the Government Assurance Committee, and I want to report it is one of those committees that are not favored. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, you would use your good office to make sure that all your committees are treated equally and that they are given the same attention. Maybe that would encourage members to serve on any committee without feeling that they are being disadvantaged. That is my observation, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to request you to use your good office to rectify that anomaly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me dispose of this. First of all, one of the pledges I made to this Parliament and to the nation is to have committees work. Committees of Parliament must work, and they will be facilitated equally. These issues are coming up because now we are allocating, the clerk is allocating funds to the committee. The Parliamentary Commission will sit next week, and we want people to start working. But when money is given, we are going into the details. How many people will go out on a specific trip? We shall not see any trip more than 6 people. And that trip has to have all shades of members as constituted in this House. 2 staff and 6. And we planned for all. So when you are oversubscribed, then you will be hanging. Now, every committee is a committee of Parliament. The first distribution is 50% pro rata. That means it's equal to all. So the rest, I'll now direct the clerk to communicate some of the decisions that have been made so that people are comforted. Wherever you are, you will be facilitated to do your work as a member of Parliament, like never before. So, take it from me, but the point here is this oversubscription. You can still, for members of Parliament who are new, you can still be an ex-officio member. in a committee. I used to be in government assurances, but when there is a matter in another committee, I could go. So the law allows you to go in another committee, so don't feel overpressed. But Government Chief Whip, what do you have to say about that?
Mr. Speaker, before the government chief.
Okay, before Government Chief Whip. We don't want to spend much time on this. We are going to take a maximum of 3 hours.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I want to request Parliament, and especially the department that keeps records, because when members of Parliament come, they share their CVs. Then these CVs should be shared with the different party whips, so that the party whips realize and know the competencies of the different members. But when the designation of committees are done without sharing the competences of a member, of course the whips are also not like God, to know that this one has experience in this area. Some of us, when you come, so it is very important. I want to request your office to direct the records department to send the CVs to the different party whips, so that the party whip has information. Honorable members, you'll bear with me when you look at the forms that we use when we are applying for committees. Certain forms are very shallow. They don't provide for all the areas that you're supposed to write about and to show your competences and your strengths. I think if this is corrected and the whip is willing to work with the different teams that are available at Parliament and
Maybe
you give
information.
directive. I take the information. You give me the information.
Yes, thank you very much, my colleague. My name is Amanya Cohen, member of Igara West constituency. I want to inform my colleague that when we are applying, we attached our CVs, so the chief whip and all the government officials, they have our CVs. So the excuse of not having CVs cannot arise. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for that information. If members attach their CVs now, I can hand over.
Honorable Oshabe?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I can understand your desire to have all committees equal. But Right Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate that some committees are more busier than others. I was looking at our work plan, Right Honorable Speaker. For us to achieve 50% of the workload, we must be able to use all the days, Right Honorable Speaker. Yet I looked through what you shared on the distribution of resources, and it is equal through. I don't know how, whether equity and the equality principles
Honorable
can, yes.
Chair Park, I think actually I'm meant to be informed that the clerk has already shared the details with all committee chairpersons. So the rest, their committees like Park, we need them to dispose of a few things. We have to do the first things first. So don't let me administer matters of administration. We should go to the clerk. Well, you know very well I'm the speaker. Yes, your concerns are known. So let's go to the next item. Government Chief Whip, the one holding the fort, please respond. And then we go to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. Just to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that we have arranged a harmonization meeting next week to look at issues of oversubscription of committees and also the other issues that have been raised regarding professionals and all that. But also to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that we take note that the committee is comprised of 40 members. So there are committees where you have people are interested, there are like 100 of them. But also regarding professionals, take an example of the budget committee. We need all professionals. You need an engineer on the budget committee, you need a social worker, you need everybody on the budget committee. I want to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that when I came in 2006, I'm a chartered accountant, but I was put on the committee of ICT. And in the beginning, I didn't feel well, but when I went on the committee, I discovered that actually I can make a greater contribution than the committee where I have the profession. And you as a lawyer, you have made a contribution on different committees. So to really talk about expectations of members, even if you are not put on the committee which you want, know that there is a space on all committees you can attend. Only you can't afford vote, but you can attend any committee at any time. But also it will be your opportunity to make a contribution, even in the field where you are not qualified. And as I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, a committee of sessional committees takes 1 year, and a committee of standing committee 2.5 years. So even if you are not catered for during this time, please note that we shall take care of you as we move forward.
Thank you. Next item.
Mr. Speaker.
Next item.
Item statements by ministers on one, the update on Ebola disease outbreak in Uganda.
All matters of national importance will wait at the Prime Minister's time. I made the guidance yesterday. Honorable Minister, you have 10 minutes to dispose of your paper.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I hope my paper has been uploaded on the system because I submitted it in time. And given that you have given me 10 minutes, I will speak to the statement without reading it verbatim in the interest of time. This is a statement on the status of the Bundibujo Ebola virus disease outbreak presented to the Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I rise to provide Parliament and the people of Uganda with an update on the Bundibujo Ebola virus disease outbreak, which the Minister of Health declared on the 15th of May, 2026. And this statement covers the current epidemiological situation, the government's multi-sector response, key partnerships, ongoing risks, and the strategic priorities guiding our actions as we work to bring this outbreak to a complete end. I want to begin by assuring the August House and all Ugandans that the government of Uganda has responded to this outbreak with speed, transparency, and determination. We have mobilized our national systems, activated international partnerships, and maintained open communication with the public at every stage. And the outcomes achieved to date are a direct result of these efforts. Let me briefly tell you about what Bundibujo Ebola virus is, especially to the people of Bundibujo, because there is a misunderstanding when we say Bundibujo virus. Some people think there is an outbreak in the Bundibujo district. Now, Ebola is what we call a zoonotic disease. Zoonotic disease means the disease-causing organism ordinarily resides in an animal, but it can cross over to a human being and cause the disease. So those diseases are called zoonosis. By the time we finish this parliament, you will be up to date with the medical issues. So that means that the Ebola virus, which causes Ebola disease, the reservoir is in animals. And the bat, the fruit bat, is the one which usually harbors this virus. But also it thrives in primates, non-human primates, and some other animals. So when it crosses over to human beings, it causes a disease. Now, the first case of Ebola was identified in 1976 there was a simultaneous outbreak in the DRC and Sudan, the current South Sudan. And Ebola is the name of a river which is in the DRC. So it derives its name from the Ebola River because the first outbreak was in a community around River Ebola in Congo. I am paraphrasing my statement, I will not read verbatim. Now, so the first outbreak was in Congo, Zaire then. So that strain of the virus was called Ebola Zaire. So there is a strain called Ebola Zaire. Then the strain which was in Sudan was different. It was called Ebola Sudan. Now in 2007, 2008, we had an outbreak in the Bundibujo district, western Uganda. And when the scientists checked the virus, the strain was different from the previous ones. So it was named Ebola Bundibujo. Are you following, class? So Ebola Bundibujo, Ebola Bundibujo refers to that strain of the virus which first hit us in Bundibujo and it was different from the previous strains. There are 6 strains. Strain means a subtype, a different type. There are 6 strains of Ebola virus. But the ones of public health importance are those 3: Ebola Zaire, Ebola Sudan, and Ebola Bundibujo. There is another one called the Thai forest Ebola virus. It was first identified in Ivory Coast, I think 1989. There is another one called the Reston virus, but it doesn't cause disease in human beings. There's another one called the Bombali virus, which was identified in Sierra Leone. But those last 3 are not very much of public health importance because they are not associated with human infections. So I just wanted to give you that background for us to understand. So the people of Bundibujo, because I have received complaints that we should change the name because it creates stigma for the people of Bundibujo. But that's how the international scientific community named it, because it was first isolated in the Bundibujo, which is in western Uganda. I can also add that since 1976, we have had about 40 outbreaks and flare-ups in the last 50 years, and I will speak to the importance of that. Congo, DRC, they are now witnessing the 17th outbreak. Here in Uganda, we are witnessing the 9th outbreak of Ebola. The first one was the 2000, which ravaged northern Uganda. You recall when we lost one of our prominent doctors, Dr. Rukwia. That was the first outbreak of Ebola in 2000. Since then, we have had several outbreaks and flare-ups, and this is the 9th. Let me give you the statistics as 15th of May, no, before that, on the 10th of May, a Congolese national came into Uganda and he was sick and he was admitted at Chibudi Hospital. Little did the health workers know that this was a case of Ebola disease. And he died on the 14th, 4 days later. When he died, the health workers were suspicious. They took samples from him, and on the 15th of May, they confirmed this was a case of Ebola. And that's why the Ministry of Health announced that there is an outbreak of Ebola after confirming the death of that Congolese. His body was returned and buried in the DRC. So since then, this is what has happened. As of today, we have registered 20 confirmed cases. Those are cases that have tested positive for Ebola disease. And all of them, it is this very strain of Ebola Bundibujo. Of the 20, 15 are Congolese nationals who came into Uganda seeking medical care. So you can say the outbreak we've been managing is an imported outbreak because the epicenter where it originated is in Congo. And now it came to Uganda because the Congolese were coming for medical care in Uganda. So over the 2015 were Congolese nationals who crossed over to Uganda. Now, especially the first case, because the health workers didn't know it was Ebola, 4 of our health workers got infected. And then, so those are 15 plus 4, those are 19. Then 1 was a driver who transported one of the Congolese when he was coming. That is the 20. Now, of the 20, 2 unfortunately died. They were Congolese nationals. And when they died, their bodies were taken back to Congo for safe and dignified burial. That leaves a balance of 18. Now, the 18, they have been managed in our Ebola treatment unit in Morago, and I am happy to say that this morning I presided over a function where we discharged the last patient. So all those who tested positive for Ebola, 2 died, then the rest have been treated successfully and they have been discharged. The last one, who was a Congolese national, was discharged this morning. So as of now, we have 0 cases in the country. So like I have said, the case fatality rate means of those whom you tested positive, how many have died. We lost only 2, which translates to 10%. And for this strain of the virus, the case fatality rate usually ranges from 25 to 36%. That means we have done very well. We have not lost many of our patients. The other strains like Ebola Zaire is extremely virulent. It can kill up to 90% of those who test positive. But this one is a little less mild, but it can kill up to 25 to 36%. But this is an average. If it finds when you don't have a strong system in the country, it can also kill up to 90% or even beyond. So the fact that we've been able to have a low case fatality rate means our response system has been fairly effective. And even those who died, yes, you can clap for that. Even those who died, they died because they presented late. And in the last 21 days, we have not registered any positive case. And in the management of Ebola, when a patient tests positive, then you trace back and get to the contacts. Anybody who has been in contact with that patient in the last 21 days, you round him up, or you bring him to isolation. And we did this. And through that system, we were able to identify 836 contacts who were in touch with these 20 cases that tested positive. We put them under isolation. They completed 21 days. None of them developed symptoms. None of them tested positive, and they have all been discharged. And that is a very important element in managing Ebola disease. Now, compare these results with what is happening across among our sisters and brothers in the DRC. I spoke to the officials. As of today, the 16th of July, they have 2,011 Congolese who have tested positive for Ebola. And they have lost 754 individuals due to Ebola. So in Congo, I was there a few days ago in Bunia, leading a team of Ministry of Health and WHO. I am very safe. I am very safe, Right Honorable Speaker. What we see in Congo is that the outbreak, the Ebola disease outbreak, is outpacing the response. Because despite the efforts there, it is increasing rapidly. It began in Ituri province, but there have been reported cases in North Kivu, South Kivu, and I think this morning I got a report, there are 2 more provinces where there are reported cases of positive identification of Ebola. So there, things are not as good as they are here. Now, without going into the details, I'm sure when you access the report on your iPads, you'll be able to read the details, but I can safely say we have done fairly well, courtesy of the experience we have gathered over the years, because the past
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The small clarification I want to raise, whereas I want to thank the ministry so much for the work that you have done and how you have managed the disease. The clarification I want you, before you conclude, to raise, and that's why I came, is the issue of announcing that we have Ebola. Because when this disease comes and you're managing it very well, why does the information come out very fast that there is Ebola in Uganda, and when we travel, there is a ban everywhere? People start looking at you with scorn that you have Ebola. I want you to handle that particular matter when you are discussing, as you're concluding your statement, that particular area of announcing, and the Minister of Health announcing that there is Ebola in Uganda. Honorable members, this is a very important matter.
Honorable Minister, do you want to conclude? Do you really want to conclude?
The Right Honourable Speaker is
If you don't want to conclude, you will be giving other people to clarify. But
Okay.
you are the most clarified minister from Ministry of Health. I would think so. You are also the most.
So thank you very much.
The most informed Minister of Health. So inform the House and resume your seat, and we get the opposition to also summarize in 3 minutes, and then we see whether there are some lessons we can take from that. These are, okay.
Thank you very much. In the health sector, we operate a policy of openness. And the World Health Organization international standards require us to make a notification when we get these rare diseases, like viral hemorrhagic fevers, like Ebola. So, professionally, it is not acceptable that you get this kind of illness and you keep quiet, because keeping quiet might result in other people getting infected. And that has been the policy in Uganda. You recall, Right Honourable Speaker, that even in the 80s, when the countries were fearing to say they have HIV and AIDS, President Yoweri Museveni authorized the then Minister of Health, Dr. Rakana Rugunda, to go to Geneva at the WHO Assembly and announce that Uganda has a big problem of HIV and AIDS. And other countries were laughing at us. How do you tell the world that you have this problem? But because of that openness, we were able to contain HIV and AIDS, and we are one of the countries that is on record for having successfully handled. But probably the advice you are giving is that while we should not hide information, but we should communicate in a manner that does not result in injuring our national economy and interests. Right Honourable Speaker, let me just explain one point, then I sit. Discharging the last patient does not mean that the country is Ebola disease free. The World Health Organization standards and recommendations is that when you discharge the last patient, then you start on a countdown. The incubation period of Ebola is 21 days, is up to 21 days. So we count 2 cycles of the incubation period. So we shall count starting 21 days, those are 42 days. So if in the 42 days we don't register any positive case, then Uganda will be declared Ebola free. What we have done, Right Honorable Speaker, is that our president talked to the president of DRC, and the 2 heads of state agreed that we handle this outbreak jointly at the 2 governments. And the 2 ministers of state signed an MOU. I signed on behalf of the government of Uganda, and my counterpart, Minister of Public Health in Congo, signed and agreed on a number of interventions to jointly pursue. One of them which we agreed on, it's very important I inform Parliament, is that this is an imported outbreak. It came into Uganda because Congolese were coming to Uganda for better medical care. So we agreed that the government of Uganda will support the Congolese government by establishing Ebola treatment centers on the other side of Congo. And the president authorized us to open up to 4 centers. We have so far opened one in Aru. Aru is the area which oversees West Nile. We have also opened one in Kasenyi, across in Toroko, Lake Albert, but we have also deployed experts in Bunya and Guampara, which is in the center of Ituri. So we have sent over 50 specialist health workers in Uganda to support our counterparts in Congo, and also agreed on joint surveillance, joint monitoring, sharing information. We have established a laboratory in Arua and Bwera and Kasese. Some of the samples from Congo are brought to our laboratories, but also we have Uganda Virus Research Institute and another one in Wandegeya. So we have joint collaborative activities. So although we now register 0 cases in Uganda, but the collaborative interventions continue, and we shall work with Congo until they register the last
Thank
case.
you, Right Honorable Speaker. Could you please resume your seat first? The
which point are you
procedure issue I'm
raising?
raising, Mr. Speaker,
I know that
is
you are-
about what the rules require of the minister.
Let me also raise the procedure issue.
Most obliged.
I know that you're a commissioner, parliamentary commissioner, but you don't have authority to ask anybody to resume seats.
That one I withdraw with apology, Right Honorable Speaker. But what I'm raising, sorry for the interruption, is that the minister is in absolute defiance of the rules. They require him, he has a very good statement, but he has hardly taken us through the statement. He's actually submitting off the cuff. Actually has degenerated into a lecture. So is it procedurally right, Mr. Speaker, for the minister to be in breach of the rules that require him to read the statement verbatim?
Yes, is proceeding well, because at the beginning, it was the guidance of the chair that he summarizes on the assumption that members have them already in the iPad. So we sit down, relax, and enjoy the lecture. Yeah, but we expect him to just summarize, because members have it already in the iPad.
Yes.
And then, yeah.
So
We should learn to read these things, not to wait and read together with the presenter.
So thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, and Honorable Nambeshe, to quickly forget the rules, because you can summarize and speak to your presentation, because if I had read verbatim, I would probably take a little bit longer and maybe take Parliament's time. So in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, no, that one I decline with respect.
No, there's something very important, clarification.
No, the rules say.
Honorable Minister,
You see, when you ask clarification, I look at the speaker, whether there is pressure of time.
The Honorable Dr. Gilbert Olanya, I know you recently got a PhD. Let the PhD on medicine talk. For you on PhD on education management and other things. Yeah. The temptation of two lecturers talking to us here.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, just allow me to make two brief points that I sit.
Don't provoke. Here there are so many lecturers. Yeah. Please, Honorable Minister, don't water down your very good, well thought statement. Honorable Gilbert, you will speak. But I know, Honorable Gilbert, for information of members, we joined this parliament together, but he took his time and he went to school and he studied proper PhD, not this other PhD. So if this parliament has never congratulated you, I now want to do so. Yes. Yeah. He graduated properly. Yeah. So they are matching. So his mind tickles when another PhD holder is speaking. His mind, I can imagine. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. But also to assure the Honorable Nambeshe that what I am speaking is extracted from the statement. I'm not reading something different from the statement. I'm just summarizing and paraphrasing. But lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the communities along the border, DRC-Uganda border, we intensified the campaign and lots of interventions, which included closing markets, disallowing big assemblies of people. I have, for instance, received a petition from the bar owners in Arua and West Nile regarding the disruption of their business. Given the progress we have registered, we shall keep our borders with the DRC closed, but the National Task Force chaired by Her Excellency the Vice President will sit and then we'll see how to flexibly allow people to return to normal situation. Number two, so we are handling those issues, especially on the border points. Number two, which is also very important, Right Honorable Speaker, is that what bothers Ugandans today are the travel restrictions and bans imposed by some countries, disallowing their citizens traveling to Uganda, but also making it difficult for people in Uganda to travel to their countries. Like I said, this is my last point. Just hold on, then I allow you after I make the point. Right Honorable Speaker, like I said, this Ebola disease was first identified in 1976. That means today it is 50 years old. 50 years old. We have had up to around 40 outbreaks in Africa, in Congo, in Uganda, South Sudan, West Africa. But the reported cases of Ebola that have been exported outside Africa are less than 30 in 50 years. Actually, to be exact, they are 29, including the recent case in France. So that means that Ebola, given its transmission dynamics, does not easily get exported outside. And even those 29 cases are mainly doctors and health workers who have been training.
Procedure question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the statement by the Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, according to your order paper, the Minister was allocated 10 minutes to present the statement. Is he really proceeding well to exceed the 10 minutes without due permission from your authority and turning the statement into a lecture and the Parliament into a lecture class? Is it procedurally right?
Honorable Minister, you've been informed that you've run out of time. So you conclude.
Okay. Now,
and those who are timing are the ones who are not proceeding well. Yeah.
So why I was raising that point, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we are engaging the international community, especially the over 20 countries which have put those travel restrictions, that those decisions are not backed by science, because those decisions are hurting the economy, and Parliament should know. So we are engaging these countries, given the progress we have registered, with a view that they open up so that our economy doesn't get affected. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the Shadow Minister of Health.
Speaker, just it is related to the last statement that he has made. Travelers coming from Uganda to countries like USA, Canada, and Bahamas are being subjected to mandatory quarantine. And now, what do you advise of other travelers who are likely to come from Uganda to travel to other countries? Because you have just told us you have given a window period of 42 days from now to declare Uganda a free Ebola country. 42 days, yes.
Honorable Minister, briefly, then since we are debating this as he is presenting, so you will agree with me.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. Now, DRC, other than Uganda, is the only country with the outbreak. So if you enter Uganda and you have been in the DRC in the last 21 days, we quarantine you for 21 days, including the health workers who are there. When they get like leave and come back, we put them in isolation until when they complete. But if you are from the US, Kenya, anywhere else where there is no Ebola, there is no need for isolating you.
What is the order about, Honorable Namboze?
Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has just told this House that he has just returned from DRC. And he has told us that it is a policy that the people who travel from Congo to Uganda are quarantined. Is in order to expose this House to Ebola by running out of the quarantine to come here. And in that spirit, as you rule, Right Honorable Speaker, isn't it proper that he also tells us how to deal with people who come from Congo, the Congolese who come to Uganda, and Ugandans like him who come from Congo? How should we treat them? I request that you rule on that. Is he in order to be here when he should be in the quarantine, as he has told this House?
Honorable Minister, before I rule, tell us when you escaped from the quarantine, so that we can calculate whether you're on breach.
The reason why we quarantine somebody who has come from Congo is largely because we are not sure the kind of exposure you had when you were in Congo. Because you just arrive at the airport, say, where have you been in the last 21 days? You indicate I've been in Congo. In my case, the Minister of Health is sure that when I went to Congo, I was not in contact with any person who would pose a risk. Yes. Yeah, we are sure, the Minister of Health is sure that when I was in Congo, I never got exposed to the risk of Ebola. So that's why, so don't get worried. So nobody in this house,
thank you,
and even those who have met me in the last 21 days should not be worried about me being a risky person in terms of.
Thank you, that is clear.
You
Shadow Minister of Health, 3 minutes. Those who are timing, please. I thought I had your cooperation. I didn't know that you feared Ebola so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And unlike the Minister, I will not subject this House to a lecture. However, I will give a report a report of what it is, the reality of what it is. So, Right Honorable Speaker, while we join all Ugandans in thanking our dedicated frontline health workers, who contain the clinical spread of this virus to just 20 cases, we must separate medical containment from administrative incompetence. The Ministry of Health may have managed the surveillance and clinical isolation very well, but its catastrophic failure in managing outbreak information has caused self-inflicted economic devastation that will take our country years back to recover from. This is the reality of the numbers, Right Honorable Speaker. There was no community spread. There was absolutely zero community transmission within the boundaries of Uganda. Looking at the anatomy of these 20 confirmed cases, the majority are DRC imports. Out of the 20 total cases, 15 were imported directly from the severe epidemic in the neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo. Then the remaining 5 cases were strictly secondary transmissions limited to medical frontline, like you told us here, frontline workers, and immediate family caregivers who are already under close monitoring. Right Honorable Speaker, this is and was not a Ugandan outbreak. It was a spillover from Democratic Republic of Congo. Yet because the ministry lacked a backbone of clarity in public communication, the world was allowed to believe that Ebola was tearing through our communities. They actually gave it a Ugandan face. So this is the cost of no clarity in communication, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, because the ministry has chosen an alarmist, uncoordinated approach to data dissemination, our premium of 1.7 billion US dollars of tourism sector was left exposed to international panic. The massive cancellation, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry allowed international markets to believe the entire country was a hot zone. This triggered immediate booking cancellations during our peak May to September safari season. Then there's the liquidity crisis for local operators. Instead, this liquidity crisis for local operators terrified international clients, and this demanded immediate cash refunds, pushing local tourist operators to the brink of bankruptcy. And then the Namugongo wipeout. The Namugongo wipeout alone wiped out an estimate of 30 billion to 44 billion in domestic and regional trade. And this really, this hurt the local vendors and the transporters and the hospitality sector. Right Honorable Speaker, the halting of our progress. Uganda entered 2026 celebrating a 19.7 growth in tourist arrivals. However, the ministry's unfocused communication single-handedly crushed this upward trajectory. Then the diplomatic disgrace, like my fellow colleague had stated here. There's humiliation of Ugandan travelers. The Dubai visa ban. The United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. Can I have Dr. 1 minute due to public demand from... Okay. Then we shall have
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The Chair of Health. You get ready. You will have...
Yeah, so there is the issue of the Dubai visa ban, the issue of the airport humiliation. Ugandans are being subjected to mandatory invasive secondary blood testing at airports. That's like in China and Dubai. Then there is the guilt of association, of course. While international health bodies lazily bundled Ugandan single-digit data within massive 1,400 plus cases epidemic in DRC, the lack of data defense allowed foreign embassies to slap a blanket travel ban to Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, we propose these urgent reforms. An establishment of a joint inter-ministerial crisis communications task force, which should comprise the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Tourism, and the Uganda Tourism Board. We also request for an enforced aggressive data separation. The ministry must separate Ugandan tracking dashboards from neighboring countries. Then we also request for a proactive aviation and border diplomacy. And then a hyper-local non-alarmist reporting. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, transparency is a legal obligation under international health regulations, but reckless communication is a choice. The Ministry of Health chose a path that protected their data charts, but destroyed Ugandan businesses and humiliated our citizens. We pray, therefore, for a formal, aggressive diplomatic push to lift the Dubai visa ban and airport blood tests in China. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable.
From the applause, Dr. Boriomus, you have somebody I heard saying that Akubienyo, I don't know what it means. Doctor, share health.
Yes, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This being my first time to hold the mic, allow me congratulate you upon your election as Speaker of the 12th Parliament. Honorable members, I'm Julius Mande, Member of Parliament of Konzo County East, and by the grace of God, Chair Health Committee. But importantly, I rise as someone with experience, having treated the first cases of Ebola Bundibujo, while I practiced as a health worker in 2007 in Ichicho in Bundibujo. And additionally, with experience working with the World Health Organization for the past 14 years. Now, I have to say, colleagues, we need to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Health for a comprehensive statement about the current trend of the disease that we are facing now, which is Ebola, that is highly transmissible, and also the success so far registered. It's also important to appreciate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for his strategic guidance and leadership during disease outbreaks and health emergencies. You remember, he has always come on board and given guidance to the nation. And we also thank Ugandans for heeding the advice. But importantly, Honorable Speaker, as I move towards winding up, Minister of Health has demonstrated superiority in mounting an effective and quality outbreak response, again, where a disease outbreak like Ebola is only confined to known contacts. Now, while the risk continues because of
Honorable Fungaro, you border Congo. And then I will ask Honorable Edison Rugumayo, please sit down. Let these border people say something. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am glad that the Minister of Health has been able to come here to brief us. Much as members are fearing the issue of somebody who has gone to a country where there is this problem coming to Parliament, it is necessary for us to be briefed so that we can also brief others to remain safe. As chairman of the West Nile Parliamentary Caucus, therefore, I would like to thank three categories of people. Number one, the government of Uganda. For the reason that the government of Uganda took action first within Uganda and also took the initiative to put a treatment center in DRC, particularly in Aru, the sister city of Arua. We people of West Nile are transborder people. Even if we don't have Ebola here in Uganda, even if we don't die here in Uganda, if Ebola remains in Congo, we are bound to go for burial in Congo. Because the Lubara are in Congo, they are in Uganda. The Kakwa are in Congo, they are in Uganda. On
There comes a time when this August House must stand united in expressing profound gratitude to government. I believe this is the day. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the government of Uganda through Minister of Health for their very decisive. It is at this point, Right Honourable Speaker, that I want to request and pray that government, if they can find empathy and provide subsistence support to some of my communities in Itoroko. Right Honourable Speaker, we have 6 sub-counties in Itoroko whose communities don't indulge in any crop.
District. Firstly, I appreciate government through the district. Firstly, I appreciate government through the Ministry of Health for the quick intervention at the border of Kasese in Mpondwe, Lubiriha Town Council. Right Honourable Speaker, the porous border of 60 kilometers, all the markets are closed. They had said it would take 3 weeks, but it's now beyond 2 weeks. The people, especially the women, 70% that work in those markets now do not have daily income. I therefore request through you that the OPM, Minister of the Prime Minister, should really intervene in this disaster by giving something to our people that can salvage hunger. The business export zone, the whole area is closed. And I request through the Minister of Disaster Preparedness, also the Minister of Health, I thank you very much. And also thank the security team in the district of Kasese, headed by the RDC, Joe Walusimbi, for the quick intervention into this matter. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dr. Gilbert Olanya, I know you border another country, but you are insisting on speaking. Amuru is at the border.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we border South Sudan. We are also at the border. Right Honourable Speaker, there is something very important I would like the Minister to clarify. Aware that many schools stopped parents from visiting their children in schools because of Ebola. I am happy that you stated clearly that the last cases of Ebola was discharged, and I would like you to clarify to the nation whether parents are now free to visit their children from schools. And finally, allow me to appreciate you, Honorable Minister, for being very active in the fight against Ebola, and this is the way to go. And I wish government is active in fighting other cases, like the way the Ministry of Health is fighting Ebola. I pray that the NRM government should not only concentrate in fighting the outbreaks. We have so many cases in this country, like corruptions, all those. Fight them actively the way you are fighting the Ebola. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
So medical Ebola is equated to corruption. Honorable Alenyo, Marshall.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Alenyo Marshall, Godfrey from Pakwach. Honourable Speaker, I represent the Jonam people who border Congo at Dei sub-county, which is the most upper part of the Jonam County. The people of Pakwach have suffered a lot during this Ebola virus. First of all, like most of the border districts, the schools were closed, markets closed, churches closed, the police has tear gassed people from all those public venues. Now I join my sister from Kasese in demanding that as quick as next week, Jonam suffers drought, they don't have their land, there is a lot of problems. Let them help our people and send relief aid, particularly to those areas bordering Congo, like Dei sub-county. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
I think let's agree that Honourable Mapenduzi, is Gulu at any border? But he could be telling us he was in DRC. Let him be the last on this matter, and we move on. But what is important, that the leaders from those areas, they need to be met as government, so that the cases were in Kampala. But Honorable Mapendozi, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for those who know, in 2000, when we had the Ebola outbreak, over 200 people died in Gulo. And so when I speak from that very informed point of view, having had that terrible experience. Honorable Speaker, I would like to very sincerely thank the Minister of Health. Much as some people think that how they communicated could have affected the economy, Right Honorable Speaker, you may have a vibrant economy, but it is more important to save lives before we even talk about generating more money. If the Ministry of Health had not acted the manner they've acted, by now the story would have been different. And so we need to appreciate, and that would help to encourage the Ministry of Health to do more. And so mine is to commend the Ministry of Health and also encourage them to do more. Our people are in the front line. We have a duty to encourage them, to support them, and as Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to do everything possible to support the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Health. Oh, Lope. Lope, I thought that you already... Now this is Nakawa or what?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I want to appreciate the Minister for his statement, and to also commend the frontline health workers who have risked their lives and continue to do so as to save lives. In the past, we have seen some health workers like Dr. Matthew Lukuya and others who were fighting, pushing back against Ebola, and they succumbed. So we need to commend these health workers, and that's why many times we talk about them. We say, let's facilitate them better, medical interns, equipment, and all these different things, yeah? Because they are competent, they want to work. Sometimes we let them down. Mr. Speaker, I think that government needs to do a lot more, whether diplomatically, but to better manage our image. This week, at the start of this week, I saw an order, and it's now in the public, by the department, the US Department of Health and Human Services. They have banned entry of people from Uganda into their country for 30 days. Now, after the 30 days, they will evaluate whether to extend that order or not. There's numerous other countries, UAE. Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been telling me they're unable to go for Umrah in Saudi Arabia because they can't access. We have not managed this well because the world thinks people are dropping dead of Ebola in Uganda every day, and yet it's not true. So as the health workers are doing their best, we need to do our best as well, because we are in a precarious situation and it is affecting us. A travel advisory has also been issued by the US for, among other reasons, health. Of course, there is crime, terrorism, and all these different things. And I've seen a disjointedness between government departments. So you'll find that some who are fighting and they're saying, people, no, the situation is not as bad here in Uganda. And then they don't seem to get support from other departments. So the government departments need to talk to each other. That's why we're having all these challenges. But finally, Mr. Speaker, while there's a few government departments that are trying to make sure the image doesn't look as bad, again, there are others who I just don't understand. What government does sometimes is it being deleterious to itself. What do I mean? You make us look bad sometimes, some of you people in government. Mr. Speaker, the world reads reports about Uganda. A media house closed, NTV, for now 3 weeks. You know, because we don't seem to be bothered. about media and press freedom. That hurts our country. NGOs have been closed, suspended, and so on. Every day we are here on the microphone asking, where is this person? Yesterday we were here talking about the Honorable Muhammad Mwanga Chivumbi. I'm yet to get a report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday you ordered that we do get a report and the family gets to access him. That has not happened yet, and several other people. These things make us look bad. That's the reality. So as we are striving to work on our image as a country, let's sort out these issues.
Honorable, I think the time is done. You want to put him on order or what?
Right. Yes, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker.
He has exited the floor.
Okay. Yeah.
He has complied to your order. Honorable Bariomusi, 2 minutes to wrap up. You had an attack, but then you had some army that rescued you from the...
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and members. And I want to thank the honourable members for the comments that you have made. Our primary responsibility as a government and the Ministry of Health in particular is to protect Ugandans, first and foremost. It is not to please the US so that their travel advisory is good. It is to protect Ugandans first. And when an outbreak like this comes out, you are hard pressed between the two choices, to be transparent and report the disease so that you prevent it and caution people not to get it, or to remain quiet even when there is a risk of many people contracting it. So my sister, Honorable Manio, is saying we should probably have kept quiet even if people get infected.
To use the word like reckless communication, I thought that was too below the belt. Were you reckless in your communication?
No, not at all. She should distinguish the way we have acted, and now we have 0 cases, and if we had become reckless, and we also have like 2,000 cases like we see in the DRC. So she should revise to understand the meaning of reckless. We were not reckless. We were very careful to give this information so that we can protect ourselves. And whether an outbreak is imported or it originates from here, the risks are still the same. For instance, the decision taken to postpone the celebrations in Namugongo, we discovered close to 1,000 Congolese were already on the pilgrimage coming to Namugongo. If we had allowed it, probably now we would be having a different story of having in the Karamoja, in the Chigezi, in West Nile, having cases. So I expected her to appreciate that we've been able to contain this outbreak. I know the measures which we have instituted as government cause disruption in the public discourse, but the English say, to get an omelette, you must break the egg. You cannot enjoy an omelette unless you have broken the egg. So for us to reach where we have reached in terms of containing this outbreak, there are disruptions which have been caused by the measures. So I beg the honorable members and the public to appreciate that the intentions of government are not to hurt Ugandans, but rather to protect them. Going forward, like I said in my statement, is that we shall sit as National Task Force, chaired by Her Excellency the Vice President, and now do a review regarding the restrictions and the measures we had announced, especially in the border districts. Like the Honorable Olanya is asking whether parents are now allowed to visit schools. We are going to review all this, and I said it in the statement that now that we have established treatment centers in the Congo, we hope the Congolese nationals who are coming here for better treatment, the better treatment now is in their country, they will not be coming here, then we can now relax some of the measures. So I may not announce the relaxation here, but once we sit as a task force, we shall give a statement that cushions our traders, our business people, our communities, and then we shall keep you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And the issue of the travel advisory, the visas, I said in my statement, we are engaging the governments, especially in light of the progress we have registered. So sooner or later,
I think your engagement should be directed to the WHO. Because the information that US, UAE are getting are from WHO. Which agency you work directly with?
Absolutely. Even this morning I had a meeting with a country representative of WHO discussing the very matters. So those are being handled, and we shall keep you updated.
I met a foreign diplomat today who told me there are people from his country, they are afraid to come here because other countries don't want to see any stamp of Uganda. So it's very serious. Yeah. Next item, please. We can't proceed when there's nothing before us. Let's first read this item. Yeah.
3.2, statement on Uganda's preparedness to co-host AFCON Pamoja 2027.
Yes, Honorable Paul Mwiro, you wanted us to proceed. That is what we are going to proceed on. What's your procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I once again raised the matter in respect of the fundamental human rights of our citizens in respect of Ewano Amos Rangomani Turinawe, who filed a writ of habeas corpus, and orders were granted to the effect that they produce his body, they produce him either dead or alive. Then the Honorable Attorney General alluded the fact that he, despite the fact that he was a party to the suit, that he didn't have copies of the court documents. I had sent him some electronically to him and to the Minister of Internal Affairs, but I also served on him a copy of the ruling and a copy of the court order. So I'm wondering, what Honorable Speaker, whether, and there's also the question of...
When did you do the service?
It was yesterday, electronically. Then today I added him the hard copy, because I saw it and got back to me. But
so when you were handing him over the copy, you never talked?
Right Honorable Speaker, because we have, I was seeing now a tendency that human rights issues are raised in this House, and then we intend to deal with other matters. Now we are going to sports. But yet the Constitution is very clear.
Sports also a human rights matter?
Yes, but...
Let the Attorney General
be
on record whether you received the service, and now because you raised that you didn't know the parties, you didn't know who was served. Just be on record and make some commitments to resolving. These are small matters, but they derail us a bit. Yeah,
so the term should apply to Honorable Mwanga Chief. Mr. Day, you gave a ruling, and I hope your ruling had been vain, and they say that they will return to with a statement.
Yes, please, we cannot handle it this way. If we made a ruling yesterday, we create time. By the way, you people should be able, if I were you, and I know the Minister, Attorney General, and the matter has been raised here, you already have the connection. Attorney General, you don't allow members of opposition to come to your office? The lawyers, when the mandate is here, is executed elsewhere. You raise it here, we escalate the matter. The other transaction we want to get to hear report. Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Attorney General Chambers is open, and we have a digital system, the eDocs. So we are almost 24/7. I've not seen the document on the eDocs, but I've just been served right now, the document, and I've seen it. And I can invite him, even after this session, we can sit together and ensure that it is respected in accordance with the law.
I think that is enough. The Attorney General is willing. Somebody else told me, you see, anyway, I shouldn't be giving evidence from this side. Next item, Honorable Minister of Education. I need to learn how to be a speaker, not a debater. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. I thank you for granting me this opportunity to appraise you on Uganda's preparedness to host.
Is the paper uploaded? We have it? Okay. Continue, sir.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you for granting me this opportunity to appraise you on Uganda's preparedness to co-host African Cup of Nations 2027 tournament alongside Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania. This follows concerns raised by Honorable Kasule Ismail, a Member of Parliament from Hoima West Division, on this matter of national importance. Right Honourable Speaker and colleague, co-hosting a tournament of the magnitude and the complicity of the African Cup of Nations is not an undertaking that can be delivered by one ministry, department, agency, or sports federation acting alone. It requires a well-coordinated whole-of-government and whole-of-country approach. As guided by Cabinet, the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports had constituted an intersectoral committee to support the local organizing committee, LOC, in Uganda's preparation for AFCON 2027. Furthermore, government planning for AFCON 2027 has been guided by the number of key assumptions. These include the fact that the tournament will be jointly hosted by Uganda, Kenya, and United Republic of Tanzania. That it will run from 19th June to 18th July 2027. That Uganda will host matches at Mandela National Stadium, Nambole, Hoima City Stadium, and we have a backup stadium, which is Akibwa Olympic Stadium. And that two competition stadiums together with attendant training facilities must be completed by 31st December 2026. In 2024, Cabinet not only approved the government guarantees to the Confederation of African Football, but also approved a budget of 1.35 trillion towards the infrastructure, logistical, operational costs associated with the preparation for both African Nations Championship CHAN 2024 and AFCON 2027, including Uganda's obligatory commitment fees to CAF. In addition, government has approved 905 billion to meet contractual intersectoral funding and administrative requirements for AFCON 2027. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, additional commitments include following major intervention. 1. Support to upgrading of selected hotels in Hoima and Masindi through a special credit facility in accordance with CAF standard. 2. Upgrading priority access roads, pedestrian walkways, and street lighting around Hoima City Stadium and Mandela National Stadium. 3. Construction of a passenger terminal at Kawalega Airport and operationalize the facility as an international airport. 4. Upgrade of Kadiva Stadium as a training facility and support preparations for the Uganda Cranes. 5. Support the local organizing committee to undertake tournament specific preparations across its subcommittee. 7. Remodeling and upgrade of Mandela National Stadium. 8. Deployment and improvement of to ICT infrastructure at airport, hotels, stadium training facilities, hospitals supporting the tournament. 9. Upgrade of designated health facility in Hoima, Masindi, Seruka to provide intensive care, accident and emergency services. 10. Strengthening sanitation and environmental hygiene services in host city, that's Hoima City and Masindi Municipal. 11, upgrade of meteorological services to support tournaments operations. 12, improvement to water supply infrastructure in Hoima City. 13, upgrade and maintenance of railway infrastructure serving Kampala, Mukono, Namamve, and Mandela, and Nambole. 14, extension of electricity infrastructure to key AFCON facilities, including Hoima City Stadium and Kabalega International Airport. 15, promoting Uganda as a destination under the AFCON brand. 16, waiver of visa fee for visitors during the tournament period. 17, pursuit of a joint Pamoja visa with Kenya and United Republic of Tanzania to ease movements of funds and guests. Right, Honorable Speaker, the above-mentioned intervention will be directly implemented by the government, ministries, departments, and agencies responsible. I quote that. The above-mentioned intervention will be directly implemented by government, ministries, departments, and agencies responsible. The Ministry of Education and Sports, the LOC, will play a supervisory role to ensure timely implementation of activities by MDAs and conformity to the CAF standards. The detailed update on infrastructure development in the preparation for AFCON tournament is as follows. Hoima City Stadium, works for construction of the Hoima City Stadium have been completed and the defect liability period will expire in December 2026. During this period, the contractor will undertake remedial works to address comments made by CAF after their recent inspection. We expect the next inspection on 31st of August next 2026. Mandela National Stadium. The Memorandum of Understanding between the Ministry of Education and Sports and the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs for design and build works for expansion of Mandela National Stadium in Nambole under Phase 2 was signed on 26 February 2026. Under this phase, we expect, among others, the following: upgrading seating capacity from 38,000 to 45,000, improvements and expansion of the VVIPs and VIP launches, improvements in the media tribune, stadium media center, press conferences rooms, mixed zones, spectators related areas, medical areas, among others. Right, Honorable Speaker, the contractor has completed design reviews and incorporated all observations raised by the Confederation of African Football. Structural integrity tests have also been successfully undertaken, confirming the project's readiness to proceed. The contractor remains scheduled to complete works within the timeline stipulated by CAF, that's 31st December 2026. Chambogo University Training Facility. Phase 2 construction works are progressing well and the facility is expected to be completed by August. Makere University Training Facility. Construction works are ongoing. Completion is expected by August. Hoima Boma Ground. The project is on course for completion by September this year. Masindi Municipal Stadium Training Facility. Construction works are ongoing. The facility is expected to be completed by September this year. Fufa Kadiba Training Facility. The BOQs and architectural design for Kadiba are being finalized and the site will soon be handed over to the UPDF Engineers Brigade. The scope of works include remedial works on the pitch and installation of floodlights. We envisage to complete the works by December. Why the delay? The stadium was being used by the Federation because it's a Federation facility till the end of the calendar year for football competition, which ended recently. Satito Winyi, Secondary School Training Facility. The process of acquiring land at Satito Winyi is concluded and the Ministry of Works Transport is preparing the BOQs. Works will commence in August 2026 and will be completed in December. Why the delay? There was a complaint on the land. And as per the guidance from Attorney General, government cannot invest resources where we do not have exclusive ownership of the land. So the two parties had to be brought on board and finally there's a consent to that effect. So now we are ready to start work. Upgrade priority access roads, pedestrian walkways, and street lighting around Hoima City Stadium and Mandela National Stadium. Government is implementing a number of strategic road projects aimed at improving access to AFCON 2027 competition and training venues, while also easing traffic flow within the host cities. The works cover Jokers, Uganda Christianity University Road, 13.2 kilometers. This road is going to be completed and worked on, and that helps us ease traffic on the main Ginger Highway. And Honorable Namboze is nodding. I think let's clap for government for that. Jokers Viogerere Road, 6.2 kilometers, Jokers Nama Road, 13.3 kilometers, Chireka Kamuli Nalia Road, Biogerere Buto na Mugongo Road, Chalwajara Kira Kasangati Road, and Old Ginger Road. The project also includes improvements to Kireka and Chalwajara Junction, as well as road linkages to the northern bypass, Suru, Agenda, and Chiwatule, as well as roads to Hoima City Stadium. Progressing well with the evaluation of prospective contractors underway. 10. Support to the upgrading of selected hotels in Hoima and Masindi through a special credit facility in accordance with the CAF standard. In preparation for AFCON 2027, the government, in consultations with CAF, has shortlisted prospective hotel owners whose facilities will be upgraded to meet the required accommodation standard. A total of 101 billion has been earmarked to support hotel improvement works in Hoima City and Masindi. The funding will facilitate renovation works and provide interest rate support through the Uganda Development Bank for approved service providers. Regarding the proposed new hotel at Kabalega International Airport, a number of developers have expressed interest, and the evaluation of bids is scheduled to commence on Thursday this week. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as of this morning, the Right Honorable Prime Minister chaired a meeting between the hotel owners and Uganda Development Bank to agree on the modalities regarding the timeline for the line of credit versus the position the ministry and the bank have given, Ministry of Finance and the bank has given. I want to say the consultations are ongoing, but I'm also saying that we are cognizant of the time. Construct a passenger terminal at Kabalega Airport. This intervention is awaiting award of a contract and confirmation of financing for the outstanding funding gap to facilitate commencement of works. Government earmarked 185 billion for that project to have a terminal in Kabalega Airport in Hoima. Upgrade designated health facility in Hoima, Masindi, Seruka to provide intensive care, accident and emergency. Hoima Regional Referral Hospital construction has reached the superstructure stage. Masindi Municipal Hospital excavation works have been completed and foundation concrete works are underway. Seruka Health Center 3 walling works are progressing towards ring beam level with the roofing scheduled for completion by works. These works all are undertaken by the UPDF's Engineering Brigade. 13. Upgrade and maintenance railway infrastructure servicing Kampala, Mukono, Namamve, and Nambole. Construction of a passenger boarding and drop-off station at Kampala, Nambole, Namamve, and Mukono, and refurbishment and refitting or retrofitting of locomotives to support passenger transport during AFCON. Deploy improved ICT infrastructure at airport, hotel, stadia, training facilities, and hospital supporting the tournament. Installation of the Wi-Fi and CCTV systems at Mandela National Stadium, Hoima City Stadium, Akibwa, 8 training facilities across Kampala, Hoima, Masindi, Gulu, and Lira, selected hospital, tourism sites, and Kafakret hotels in Kampala are ongoing. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to assure this House that the government remains fully committed to delivering a successful AFCON 2027, we will continue to work closely with all stakeholders to ensure that the required infrastructure, services, and support system are completed within the agreed timelines. As preparations progress, government will keep this House regularly informed on implementation progress, key milestones achieved, and any emerging issues requiring attention. Before I sum up, Right Honourable Speaker, allow me again say, Akibwa Olympic Stadium is a backup stadium, 65% as of now work done, ready to be completed by 31st December 2026. Training facilities in Akibwa, in Lira City, Lira University, Gulu University, Peche Stadium are ongoing. We intend to have a 4 nations tournament, and those countries who are ready to come to Uganda early before time to acclimatize the weather for Uganda for parts of the competitions will be able to go to Akibwa. So I want the people of northern Uganda to know that government is fully committed to ensuring AFCON 2027 is for all of us. What I have not said is the $7.5 million for branding destination Uganda is already given to the Minister of Tourism. In a special way, let's thank the Minister of Finance who is here. Honorable Musasizi, we thank you for accepting to help the country host this competition. I thank you so much. I say all this for God and my country.
Honorable Kasule, Ismail.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for this statement, but also because my question actually I was really concerned about those non-football related infrastructure, and indeed you have highlighted many of them, like we've been reading. But also, Right Honourable Speaker, there is a very big gap between these ministries and also the Ministry of Sports and Education with the local leadership. When you go back, and it's not clear even on the roads that are going to be worked on in Hoima City, because he has brought it as a whole, but in Nambole and the Namave, he has highlighted clearly the roads that are going to be worked on. But when you look at Hoima City, it's not very clear. Last week we had a roads committee, and even the members in the roads committee, even the engineer of the city, they are not very certain about which roads are going to be worked on. The population has different information. There is a very big gap between the local organizing committee and the local leaders from Hoima City.
Honorable member, stick to your point. What you raised, was it answered?
Well, that's...
you are now raising other matters about the coordination with the local committees. We don't have that time now.
Right Honourable Speaker...
Are you satisfied with the response?
No, Right Honourable Speaker, this shows that I'm not satisfied because, one, it has not given the details. What is on ground is different, and what we are being read for here, it's also different. Because when you look, we all know that AFCON has a timeline.
Honourable member, we need you to appreciate how government works. And I need you, when a question has been raised by yourself, they are telling you that you need to resume your seat. I'm guiding so that it can help other people. You started very well. When a minister or government responds to your question, you must listen. And I think they should give you even this statement early, so that you can come here and say, I am satisfied, or this has not addressed, so that we put the minister to task. But when the minister has answered and you say, but also you have not told us about the roads in Hoima, you know, those are, please, can you answer whether this satisfies you or not?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for that guidance. Of course, back to my question, it was about the infrastructure, the non-football related infrastructure development projects that are ongoing. And in the statements of the minister, really some have been answered and some have not been answered. Like you've guided that, well, government, that's how it operates. My fear was about the time frame, because we all know, because today I had the Prime Minister also trying to emphasize that we should not allow us losing this chance of the AFCON, because the President has pledged and has promised Ugandans, and that's why I was trying to raise this, so that we all get to know. But I thank the Minister for this, and I believe that the Minister will organize an interface so that we get to know more about what is being done. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Minister of Education, the local leaders, including Honourable Ismail Kasule, they are missing you. Close the gap. Where is the shadow minister for the sport? Zambali, what do you know about sports? Hmm?
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Zambari Blossom Mukasa is my name, and I'm the Shadow Minister for Sport, Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me to thank the Minister for the statement. However, it is important that these few key issues are given attention. I urge the government to prioritize the timely completion of all AFCON 2027 infrastructure and related facilities well before CAF returns for its final inspection. Uganda should not wait until the last minute to address critical gaps, as this risks unnecessary embarrassment and could undermine our credibility as a co-host nation. Completing the works ahead of the final inspection will provide sufficient time for testing, certification, rectification of any defects identified, and proper operation readiness, thereby demonstrating that Uganda is fully prepared to successfully host the tournament. Being made, will government commit to presenting monthly progress reports to Parliament and implementation milestones so that this House can effectively exercise its oversight role? We want to make sure that the infrastructures built services Ugandans long after AFCON. We don't want to get reports like Chogam and other reports, if you remember. Going forward, I propose that the Committee on Education and Sports, together with the Shadow Minister of Sports, who is a member of the committee, undertake monthly oversight visits to all AFCON 2027 infrastructure projects. These regular inspections will enable Parliament to closely monitor progress, identify implementation, bottlenecks where bottlenecks are, and ensure that contractors remain on schedule. I further urge that the Minister of State for Sports facilitate and support the committee in the smooth execution of its oversight mandate by ensuring timely access to project sites, relevant documentation, and technical officials whenever required. Such collaboration will enhance transparency, accountability, and value for money as Uganda prepares to co-host AFCON Pamoja 2027. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, Shadow Minister of Education, of Sports. Members, just a minute. From today, yesterday, about the shadow, the Minister of Health brought a report. The Shadow Health did respond. Attorney General brought. The Shadow responded. See, when the government side has spoken, it represents one side. When the Shadow has also spoken, it actually represents the shadow of the government. And I want to thank both sides. Let's have it on record. There is no more sleep even in this house. Because the ministers are doing very well, and those who are shadowing them are also up to the game. They are doing very well. Now, on Honourable Zambali, Blasio. One of those ancient names you have to remember. Just like Jacobo, yeah. You don't need permission from the House to go and do your work of oversight. The committee, that's what you are supposed to do. And please take it from me, that's a very valid point he has raised. You don't need permission of the House. Committee on Education and Sports, that should be a matter that you should follow up immediately. So we are all working together. And I want to thank you for that report, and I thank the Shadow Minister of Health for that report. Now, only that when you are not agreeing with the government, this side, you are not agreeing with the Shadow Minister, that's when you should get up to speak. Let me first guide. Because you cannot, when a Shadow Minister has, they take their time. Didn't you hear the one for health? Didn't you hear for sports? They've taken time to critique, and that should be able to help us, appreciate the views of the House. Yes. Lope is coming. Please, we have many things here to, but we waste time talking about the same thing sometimes, not all the times. Lope, you want to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with both of them. Well, to appreciate both the Minister for his report and his passion, and the Shadow Minister for his feedback and equal passion. Mr. Speaker, two quick issues. The Minister has told us that 101 billion shillings has been earmarked to support some hotel facilities. Now, we would want to know what modus operandi was used to arrive at those who are going to benefit. Because these are private hotel facilities. How did you arrive at them? It's very important. And again, there's two elements therein. There are those which are going to get some kind of credit facility, then there are those which are getting funding, a donation from government. So you need to clarify that, because your statement here is saying the funding will facilitate renovation works. That's number one. Then on the other end, provide interest support through UDB. So it would presuppose, and maybe you need to clarify this, it would presuppose some you're giving money to facilitate their renovation works, and then others are getting some kind of credit support. You need to clarify that. Number two, the intervention is awaiting the award of contract and confirmation of financing. That's for the passenger terminal at Kabalega Airport. AFCON is next year. I am a little bit worried. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, we had Chogam here. I was a journalist, and I covered Chogam. We totally mishandled Chogam. 2 days before the arrival of the Queen, they were giving money to this kind of hotels to build rooms. They were planting trees along Entebbe Road 2 days before the Queen arrived. We don't want to see a repeat of Chogam, and so we are concerned. By the way, we all want AFCON 2027 to be a success, because we all get to benefit. Yes. So when it is mishandled, we all get to suffer. So I'm very concerned about these two issues. They are 101 billion. That's a lot of money. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be good for the Minister to appraise this House on a monthly basis. Because we have a few months to Chogam. Would want to know on a monthly basis, because that money is appropriated here. What did I say? I said Chogam. There you are. I pray for you, by the way. People went to jail after Chogam. Yes. I hope you don't go to jail. So you need to handle this docket very, very carefully, because we saw what happened with Chogam. It was a mess. We don't want a repeat of the same. So that's why I'm saying it's good for the Minister also on a monthly basis, update us on what's happening, appraise us on all these developments, so that we are in tandem. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister, do you want to respond when the Prime Minister is also here on the other matters? Respond and the issue of the money.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want first to thank the Leader of Opposition and entirely thank my colleague, the Shadow Minister. He deserves a standing ovation for the observations he has raised. Why I'm saying this, I want first to confirm with all his submissions that as the Ministry responsible for sports, we support them. Number two, we welcome the Parliamentary Committee on Sports to carry out its oversight because that's constitutional. Number three, I'm ready and the Ministry is ready to cooperate with you to visit all these projects. Number three, those which are under our mandate as a Minister of Education and Sports are sporting. Like in my statement, I didn't mention clearly, this is ministry by ministry approach. For instance, if you talk about roads, this work is being undertaken by Minister of Works and Transport. If you talk about airport, it's under the Minister of Works and Transport. If you talk about the contractors in different sectors, it's according to the procurement methods used by those respective sectors. So I wanted first to make that clear, but to the specifics, 101 billion, Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, is a loan facility, which government has earmarked to give to the selected hotels. I will talk about the selected hotels. That loan facility, what government has done, you all know that the lending rates of UDB is 12%. Here we discuss that can we give them at 5% so that we are able to give them, and then also can we talk about the time, the duration of the facility. Because these people were having their businesses, but now CAF, as per our host agreement, has come as and indicated the specific areas they want them to improve. And to some of them, it was not a must, they must do it. And that's why we had to sit with them. Now, how were they identified? I want to come to the following. Number one, there was a CAF consultant who was contracted by the Confederation of African Football. It came as a co-chair CAF guidelines have given us. So as a ministry responsible for education, our role is coordination. And I want to emphasize, we will continue to coordinate the project. Let me finish up first responding to the issues raised. The other one was the involvement of the local leaders. I want to say this. For the record, I'm aware we have elected new leaders, including some of us here. This is a new term of office. This project started in the other term. It is true we are working with the new leaders, the old leaders of the city of Hoima. And I want to confirm, I take observations which has been raised by the honorable member. As a ministry formally, I will be able to write formally to the local authorities in Hoima City, meet them and get them directly involved in the management and explain what awaits them in as far as AFCON 2027 is concerned. I also want to say, for purposes of my sister from Wakiso, I entirely want to say this, Madam Member of Parliament, and the leadership of Wakiso. The RCC, and in line with the host agreement between Uganda and CAF, one of the representatives of the local authorities is meant to be in the local organizing committee. And I want to confirm, for Wakiso, the resident city commissioner, the RDC of Wakiso, is a member on the local organizing committee. For Hoima, RDC, for Hoima, can I please protect the right most speaker? I was talking about the involvement of the local leaders. But number two, for my colleague here, I want formally to say this right most speaker. I will be able to formally communicate and have an engagement with my colleagues of the members of parliament from Wakiso as a whole. Because if you look at what we are doing in the entire project, is by the way, Wakiso. Nambole is Wakiso. And I want to say this, honorable colleagues, with your permission, that can I proceed and finish? The other issues which were raised, Madam Right Honorable Speaker, is on the issue of the roads, which are meant to be worked on the Hoima cluster. It's an oversight. I promise to communicate formally to you from my statement. I'd actually meant it was within, but the first one is the Rujumba Road, which is going to have an interloop to the city in Hoima. That one is meant to be tarmac. Last but not least, Right Honourable Speaker, timely report to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you are the originator of the order paper. I'm at your service as a minister in the docket of education to report to Parliament as when is agreed. The other one is only, I think, Right Honourable Speaker, those were the main issues which have been raised. But once again, I want to reiterate, government is committed to implementation of AFCON 2027. On the project becoming CHOGM, friends, I think we learn from different lessons. And I studied history. And the French word was a bobon what? They learned nothing and forgot nothing. I don't want to be that student who learned nothing and forgot nothing. The Minister of Education and Sports is clearly headed by the First Lady. We have managed very well. This project will be implemented without learning nothing.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister, yes, what's the procedure matter?
The procedure matter is that today is a Thursday, and I rise on our rule 43. It's Prime Minister's time, and as you realize, Mr. Speaker, we still have so many issues concerning AFCON. We need to be clarified on several matters, especially us who are concerned and who are representing the areas. Mr. Speaker, before I now raise the matter of procedure, I beg that the minister plans a meeting with first us who are concerned in the different areas. We raise to him so many other matters we can't move on here. And two, as a procedure matter, it's Prime Minister's time. Want it to be procedure, right? We first stop this debate, and then we proceed with Prime Minister's time, and then you accord us time more to discuss AFCON. I thank you.
You are eating into the Prime Minister's time by raising procedure matter. But thank you. I think the Prime Minister, you need to meet the leaders who are from Hoima, Wakiso, Mukono. Please, there is only one speaker in the House. I am just mentioning a few. You are intimidating me. Do you know the crisis that you can have if I walked out unceremoniously? So Honorable Prime Minister, you should make undertaking that you call these members and then meet them so that they can raise. You coordinate. You are the coordinator. You are the overall boss. They may raise matters of roads, electricity, lighting in those areas. Yes, say something, and then we go back to your time.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I'm happy that everybody is now in the mood of AFCON 2027. And for this, I want to thank the President and the First Lady who has been coordinating all these efforts. Right Honourable Speaker, a lot has been done, and we are well coordinated, and we are doing all that is possible to make sure that Uganda hosts AFCON 2027. Right Honourable Speaker, I undertake to involve all colleagues, both in Wakiso, Kampala, and Hoima, even leader for Achibwa. Right Honourable Speaker and members, today I chaired a meeting of hotel owners, including those from northern Uganda. Because as we speak now, Achibwa is 100% complete. Yes, they are just planting grass now. 100%, apart from a few patches here and there. I am saying construction is 100%. Right Honourable Speaker, information not taken. Right Honourable Speaker and members,
all of us wish the best for this country. And I know we have an obligation. I once again undertake to involve everybody.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, we are not doing very well with the time. Everyone wants to speak on everything. And I want us to agree on how we are going to move. We have this order paper. The rules indicate that when it is 4 p.m., it is Prime Minister's time. Clerk?
Item 6 on the order paper, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 21st to 23rd July 2026, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of Procedure.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. That takes less than 5 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, I move under Rule 29(1) of our Rules of Procedure to give a statement of the business of the succeeding week. That is 21st to 23rd July 2026. Number 1, government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we represent a statement on the protocol, trustees, and international agreement.
We have about 29 questions that would still need. They are matters of national importance. Some, I deferred them to today, so that we want also to spend some time with you. We miss you sometimes. So the members who have heard that, if time will allow, we shall, even if it's 1 minute, you listen to all this, and then you have your team here, to respond. So, Right Honourable Prime Minister, first go for this, you dispose of what you have, and then we can try. Procedure, when you are seated, I don't agree.
Right Honourable Speaker and members, we received written questions from members, and there are 7. And we have responded to these questions in writing. Honourable Rugwa Benson, MP Agago North County, he raised the matter concerning the escalating human-wildlife conflict that is directly undermining our food security and economic empowerment in his constituents. And his prayer is, can government provide an update on the matter? Right Honourable Speaker, my response is that the Uganda Wildlife Authority has established satellite ranger outposts. Tikao outpost is already deployed, and that is in Agago North, and one southern 300 rangers are undergoing training to improve this response. Honourable Speaker and members, electric fencing program is ongoing. Sensitization is also underway because some stakeholders fear land tech or land grabbing. So we have to sensitize our people. Honourable Speaker and members, government is promoting block farming, and we have recruited community wildlife scouts as volunteers, where Uganda Wildlife Authority has no presence. Honourable Speaker and colleagues, US dollars 3.5 million Kidepo Landscape Integrated Conservation and Development Project will start this financial year, 2026-2027, 2027. And this will cover Agago, Abim, Kalenga, Kabong, Kotido, Chitigum, and Lamu to reduce human-wildlife conflicts. The second question came from Honorable Osuru Maureen, woman MP Arua City. She raised the matter concerning the segregative vehicle transit permit through the Bugungu Gate at Maxon Falls National Park, Game Park, which risks potential loss of revenue to the national economy. And her prayer is, can the government update on the matter? That Honorable Speaker and members, this is my response. The road through Bugungu Gate is not a public road. Use is subject to park regulations. And all vehicles must pay the UA tariff fees. Exemptions to only vehicles with sick referrals, UPDF, Uganda Police Force, Uganda Prison Service on official operations with evidence. Right Honorable Speaker, the third question came from Achayo Julie, woman MP, Ngora County. She says that during the last cropping season, there was severe attack on groundnuts by groundnut rosette, affecting over 75% of the households in Ngora. And her prayers are, 1, that government supports farmers with rosette-tolerant groundnut seed varieties and planting materials for short-term food security crops in the next planting season. And the second one is agriculture extension services be strengthened to educate farmers on the best farming practices, especially the management and control of the groundnut rosette. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is that I have taken note of the members' prayer for government to support farmers with rosette-tolerant groundnut seed varieties and planting materials for short-term food security crops in the next planting season. I will inform the President accordingly, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries is hereby put on alert. However, those who can afford, they can go and buy Serene Nut 214, which is a rosette-tolerant variety from the market, open markets, and can proceed and purchase it in the meantime. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries Extension technical teams are already engaging in Ngora district, and every district has agricultural officers. Right Honorable Speaker, the recommended practices are 1, use certified seeds. The other one is early planting, proper spacing, intercrop with beans or sorghum, uproot and bury infected plants, apply cypermethrin 5% EC or neem extract if infection is high. Report symptoms to the sub-county extension workers. The first question came from Honorable Akeo Peter, MP Bukoli Island County. According to our brother, he says he, the President of the Republic of Uganda, did write a letter to the Minister of Energy and Animal and Mineral Development, directing that the power be extended to Siguru Island, Namaingo, and Buvuma Island. And his prayer is, what is the status of the project? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has commenced the Public Investment Management System process. The project is currently at the project profile stage, awaiting consideration by the Development Committee. Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Energy is implementing a mini-grid project in Buvuma Island with support from the European Union under the Gate Access Project. The contractor has been procured while the submarine cable is processed. I got a fifth question from Honorable Keyo again, and that this Parliament did amend the Mining Act to provide for artisan miners. That why are our people in Namaingo, Kasanda, and the Buhweju districts being harassed by armed men? Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that the Mining and Mineral Policy 2018, the Mining and Mineral Act 2022, the Mining and Mineral Artisanal Mining Regulations 2025 provide a legal and regulatory regime for development of artisanal miners in Uganda. Mining is only permitted within gazetted artisanal mining zones. To enforce this, the Police Minerals Protection Unit is halting illegal mining activities outside gazetted mining zones. And this is aimed at curbing environmental degradation, the spread of epidemics, occupational health and safety hazards, and the use of hazardous chemicals such as mercury. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the ministry is currently organizing and registering artisanal miners in 2 associations and cooperatives as a requirement before licensing them to operate within gazetted mining areas. The progress so far is that 20 artisans and small-scale mining licenses have been issued to miners in Namaingo, Kasanda, and Buhweju districts. In addition, the Ministry of Energy is engaging gold rush miners across the country. Mining in these areas has been halted until the activity is formalized under the law. The 6th question came from Rugwa Benson, MP Agago. He says that LOC1 elections are scheduled for 28th July, and this, according to him, is coinciding with the breast Ambrosoli Day, which is observed on 28th July, marking the anniversary of his death in 1987. Let me repeat this. Right Honorable Speaker, LOC1 elections are scheduled for 28th July, and this is coinciding with the breast Ambrosoli's Day, which is observed on 28th July, marking the anniversary of his death in 1987. The yearly celebrations include large masses, community events, and cultural displays, and visits to the hospital and memorial site to honor his legacy of providing free medical care to those in need. And his prayer is, this day coincides with the local elections of LOC, and this has prompted local leaders to inquire about this scheduling. Can government update on this matter? Right Honorable Speaker and members, my response is the Electoral Commission, in conjunction with the Ministry of Public Service, ensures that the gazetted public holidays are excluded when preparing the election roadmap. The 28th day of July is not gazetted as a public holiday. Therefore, the local council or village cell elections can proceed as earlier scheduled. For clarity, paragraph 14 of the administrative unit's guidelines for 2026 elections issued by the Electoral Commission provides the following program for polling day. Number 1, 7 to 10 a.m. verification of voters by the village election officials. That's the presiding officer. Voter education and the briefing of voters on voting procedures by the village election official. That's the presiding officer. Number 3, 11 to 11:30, voting by the electorate, lining up and counting of votes. 11:30 to 12 p.m. is filling of Form EC 10 and declaration of the chairperson-elect. Number 5 is noon to 2 p.m. nomination and approval of the executive committee members by the village council and filling Form EC 11. That Honorable Speaker and members, as per the program, the election is a half-day event. After 2 p.m., the people can proceed to commemorate the Ambrose's feast day accordingly. Number 7, Honorable Pachuto, District Woman Representative, Pakwach, that the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2023 was passed over 3 years ago, and the Parliament resolved that a fisheries regulation be brought to the House within 3 months. And further, the President directed in September 2025 that the same be brought to this August House within a month. Her prayer is, can the Prime Minister update why to date this legislation has not been tabled to this August House, despite continued harassment of the fishermen on the lakes and rivers of Uganda by the armed forces, thereby causing untold suffering and poses a great threat to their livelihoods. That could I explain why MAIF has not up to now? I'm lucky Honorable is listening behind here. Why Honorable Franka Tumwebaze has for debate and approval by the House, and yet the operations continue to take effect on the water, especially on sizes of vessels, the boat sizes. Could we also know where revenue collected from the fish levy is being put to use, since there is no specific support that has been extended to the fishing community to enable them transit from illegal fishing methods to modern fishing methods, and they conform to the fishing policy? My response, of course, I consulted the Honorable Minister, that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAIF, has been having consultative engagements with various stakeholders, including fishing communities, fish traders and processors, to ensure that the resultant regulations capture all their views. Right Honorable Speaker, the last stakeholders meeting is scheduled for Friday 17th, that's tomorrow, 2026. Now, following these engagements, 9 regulations have been developed. They will be ready for tabling before Parliament within the August month, 2026. That's next month. Right Honorable Speaker, currently, all funds collected are directly remitted to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And I'm made aware, yes, Honorable, are you exercising or you're standing up? It could be stretching. Okay. Yes, Honorable Lusakel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to comment a little about the feast day or the celebration of the Blessed Ambrosoli, Giuseppe. The question that was raised by Honorable Benson. Yes, it is not a public holiday, but it does not only affect the people of Kalon, it is actually an international activity. Because if it wasn't for Ebola, we would even have visitors and guests from Italy. Because the Blessed Ambrosoli originally came from Italy. So guests would actually be coming from Rome, from Italy, and other parts of the world. Even within Uganda, I would expect people from Amuru to be coming. But also, Right Honorable, I don't know if I can now raise my issue since I've made this statement.
I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me raise a matter that is actually very urgent. It concerns or is in regard to the continued suspension of about 10 NGOs. And I'm very happy that the Prime Minister is here. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you may be aware that there are about 10 NGOs, and if you will, I could read out the names for you. 1, the Africa Center for Media Excellence. 2, Agora Center for Research. 3, Alliance for Campaign Finance Monitoring. African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims, ACTV. Chapter 4, Uganda. Center for Constitutional Governance. Uganda National NGO Forum. Network for Public Interest Lawyers. National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders, Uganda. Uganda Rights Network for Journalists.
Your time is up, apparently.
I asked for permission to read. That's why I took
And who gave you permission? You asked for the prayer. Do the prayer.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The prayer is, why are these organizations still closed up to now, and yet they weren't given time to defend themselves? And then can we get a statement on what the actual decision on these NGOs will be, because it is affecting so many Ugandans who have been left unemployed. Thank you so much.
Okay, Prime
and accounts
Minister,
frozen. Thank you.
We agreed you will accommodate some few, And please, we want short ones.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to thank the member for this question. Members, you will realize that some NGOs during the 2020-2021 election period became partisan. That is one. Two, there are some NGOs that put their request and they were allowed to operate again. I can give an example of Give Directly. You realize that Give Directly has even supported us in Mount Elgon sub-region, and yet it was part of those that had been stopped to operate in the country. So I will request that you put that in writing so that I get a more detailed answer. But that is what I can say.
Thank you. Honorable Lanyero.
Opportunity. My name is Christine Lanyero Awany, Woman Member of Parliament for Nwaya District. Honorable Speaker, on the 8th I rise up on the same issue of the wildlife conflicts with the human. Actually, I feel guilty on this floor because the answer was not befitting to my community. And they requested me to come back on this floor and present their question. Because when I asked, and it was still fresh in their mind, when the elephant had just killed a man who left a widow and children who are now orphans, and there's nobody to take care of them.
So your question is, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, another person was killed today. So the issue of interaction with the wildlife, the last time that you gave her the response in this house that they should report to police, I don't know whether that is true. Then she came to my office that how would they report wild animals to police? You may have a response, right?
Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is quite interesting, but equally saddening because we are losing lives. Right Honorable Speaker, I meant that the people who are affected needed to report to police. Because the wild animals belong to us as government and all of us. So when they stray, these people need to report to police. But I have the Minister of State. I think she can throw more light because that is her docket.
Thank you. That's why she's paid. Yes, not even in Mabugo, I'm told. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
My colleague from Nwaya County asked the Honorable Prime Minister who are going to the park, and her response was they are killed because they go poaching. And I feel that answer was also not befitting, sincerely, honorable members, because there's no law in Uganda which allow a criminal to be killed.
Member,
Thank you.
We said when you access the microphone without permission, it will be a quarreling. And the moment you access it without permission, you are quarreling.
Anybody. Members, yes, if they find you with the gadgets, they can confiscate the gadgets. Let me ask the minister because that's our docket.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, the rangers are guided by the standard operating procedures in the Wildlife Authority. And in situations like poaching, they are supposed to arrest and prosecute. They are not allowed to kill. So in any case, if such an occurrence happens, it's a police matter. It's supposed to be reported to police, and these rangers are held liable for their actions. It's not anywhere in the law that they can kill anybody. Now,
where the animals killed?
In the case of elephants, we agree there is a lot of human-wildlife conflict, and it's majorly in areas where the parks have not been fenced. We use electric fencing. Already the
information? No information. She's the minister. How do you
allow me to first give you the information. Already, government has sponsored electric fencing to the tune of more than 400 kilometers at every conservation area. But there are areas where there are land issues and the community is not allowing electric fencing to be done. So as guided by the Speaker 2 days ago, we are now going to engage the local leadership and the communities to allow for the electric fencing to be done across all parks, and that way we shall reduce.
On this matter, can the honorable members concerned come to you so that you see how to console and condone with the family?
Most obliged, right, Honorable
Yes.
Speaker. Please
Okay.
let's engage.
That sounds good. Now, procedure on the honorable members in the VIP gallery this afternoon. We have the Right Reverend Constantine Ruping, Bishop of Nebi Catholic Diocese. He is the main celebrant of today's Feast of St. Thomas More. He is accompanied by a delegation of the following: Father Posian Kawesa, chaplain of the Catholic chaplain here, Father Camillus Chandin, Father Norbert Azale, Father Charles Luanga, Father Joseph Musoke, Father Deo Sengendo, Father Stephen Oribadugu, the Chancellor Nebi Diocese, Father John Mary Muzei Chibirige, and Sister Alice. Please join me in welcoming them and make them feel welcome. The 4 districts are Nebi, Zombo, Pakwach, and the Madi Okolo. The leaders here, they can stand up for recognition. You see their faces. The elder, Honorable Akumu, Honorable Pachuto, Honorable Emmanuel, Honorable Drito, Honorable Topista Achamfua, Honorable Macho Alenyo, Honorable Isaac Otingo, Honorable Gabriel Okumu, Honorable Minister Fiona Nyam something. Honorable Grace Freedom Kwichun, and the Honorable Joan Aniku, Honorable Jane Pachuto, she was ready. Many of them. So, and Honorable Ogama Ali. Honorable Sowungu is a member of the Catholic altar boy who wanted to be a priest, but yes. So actually on this note, he is the first bishop, Catholic bishop, to come to this new term of parliament. And I was blessed this morning at 10. He came and he prayed for me and blessed me. So I'm very, very blessed now. So, those of you, yes, so anyway, I'm blessed. Members, just, we shall have to release the members from those greater maybe the 4 districts when time comes. Let's process this. Let's process this. Honorable Anit Pamela Chirunji, the MP Kabarole, is she here? Can you raise in 1 minute?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter that I wanted to talk about was ably responded to by the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
only want to request, Right Honorable, that when they're considering the conflict between human beings and animals, that Kabarole district be considered, especially those areas that surround or neighbor Chivale National Park.
Thank you. Such brilliant MPs, they have a better future. Honorable Sarah Aguti, you don't waste time, speak like you went to school. Because the whole world is watching. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
What's the national matter? What is the important matter at the national level?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Guti, a woman representative, Dokolo District. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the Prime Minister the presidential pledge about a model bridge. Right Honorable Speaker, the President had pledged to build a model bridge in Dokolo District. Last year, during the budget, a model was put in the budget and got the money. I did the follow-up with the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker,
now,
I did the follow-up.
Honorable Member, don't extract presidential pledges and you bring as a matter of national importance. There is a whole committee here headed by a very able man, Honorable Zake Francis.
Michael Blag, Right Honorable Speaker, let me go straight to the matter of national importance.
Now that will be referred to Honorable Zake's committee. But Prime Minister, if you are courteous, you may have something to say. Only if you are courteous. We will handle you.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, a bridge helps us to connect one area to another. And so I request that she puts it in writing. I will get an answer from the President and the relevant authorities that will work on it for the good of our people.
Thank you. Honorable Malende. Madam, Honorable Madam. The Prime Minister has been very generous to you. Please, you will not get better than that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shamim Malende, woman member of Pala District. I rise under Rule 56 on a matter of urgent public importance, which concerns the maternal health of women in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, in a recent online podcast, we had one Shiba Karungi Samali, one of the biggest artists in Uganda, narrating her experience after giving birth, and that clearly indicated that very many women suffer from postpartum complications. Right Honorable Speaker, as a woman leader, I have engaged with several women mothers who are victims, and I'm also in contact with some organizations, to see that we can raise awareness in this line.
Prayer.
So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is how is the government helping us to raise awareness regarding these postpartum conditions that affect the mothers of Uganda? I so pray.
Prime Minister, you can choose anybody who answers. You've chosen the Honorable Barry Omus. This time in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I thank the woman MP for Kampala for raising this issue. Right, Honorable Speaker, I haven't looked at that podcast. I will look for it and see. But what I can briefly say is that pregnancy and childbirth is a physiological condition, it's not a sickness. And therefore, no mother should die or suffer complications in the process of giving life. And we have many interventions which have been in the press. And I can tell the Parliament that maternal mortality, which is a measure of mothers who die as a result of pregnancy or childbirth-related complications, has been coming down over the last 30, 40 years. And we have very many interventions. Yesterday, I told the Parliament office that we do a workshop, a dialogue, and we tell members of Parliament the several interventions we are pursuing as a sector. But I agree with her that we should strengthen our maternal health services so that mothers do not suffer while giving birth to children.
Thank you. Honorable Namboze? I think they will find you another seat.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. People who did not learn from the Buganda riots of 2009 are at it again, holding meetings in Bugerere and denouncing the Kabaka of Buganda and his institution with a claim that President Museveni gave Kayunga districts to Banyala exclusively. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the Prime Minister if it is true that the President has given Kayunga district to Banyala exclusively and it is no longer part of Buganda Kingdom, that is under the Kabaka of Buganda, and two, what steps government is taking to stop people from making such reckless.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members, this is something that I cannot comment on now because I did not get what the information she's talking about. I promise that I will engage the concerned so that if there are any acts that can disrupt our security and coexistence can be handled by the relevant authorities.
Honorable Lillian, woman MP of Singro. I thought she would even.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to put this to the attention of the Prime Minister that in today's talk, Mbarara Referral Hospital is in the talk of the nation. But from the informed point of view, 50% of the patients in Mbarara Hospital are from Isinjiro. And Isinjiro is one of the biggest districts. We are having 30 sub-counties and 2 refugee camps. We do not have a district hospital. Right Honorable Prime Minister, how can we do it? What can we do to have a district hospital in Isinjiro that we can offload the overwhelming people in Mbarara Hospital? I beg to submit.
The right Honorable, I saw you, the Minister of Health in Mbarara, and I thought you were doing good work there. Prime Minister, have you delegated him to speak, to answer? She's talking about the congestion and the situation in the national referral.
Yes. We have plans to elevate some of the health center floors to hospital status, especially in the districts where there are no hospitals. And therefore, we shall prioritize Isinjiro district, now that she has raised it. About Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, yes, I did an impromptu visit to the hospital, and I toured it from 10 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. on the 11th of July to do an on-spot assessment on how the hospital runs, especially when we have not informed the authorities. And did made many observations, some of which have to be fixed by us in the government, but also others are managerial and action to fix the weaknesses which can be fixed immediately, and also as a government try to support not only Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital but other hospitals so that they can function much better. I pledge that we are totally committed to ensuring that we improve the quality of care in our health facilities.
Thank you. Honorable Rone.
Point of procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rone.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Bouquet de Sub-Region was invited in Soroti by the Vice President on matters of cattle restocking and rehabilitation. And it was included on the program. But I got surprised when the program started, they were excluded. May I know from you why Bouquet de Sub-Region was excluded from the cattle restocking and rehabilitation? Secondly, last time I asked the same question to you, I didn't get an answer. May I know from you? Every constituency is mandated to have a technical school. May I know from you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, when will Gogonyo constituency get a Popong Technical School? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. In his question is quite loaded, if you know where the speaker comes from.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, the Honorable Rone is aware that I'm part of his constituency. I stayed in Ipalisa for more than 5 years. Right Honorable Speaker, the restocking program started long ago in the areas of Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-region. And you are aware that last year, this parliament appropriated 80 billion for the same exercise. The money we spent last financial year was exactly that. Right Honorable Speaker, after spending this money, many other regions came in. I will inform the President. After that, he will guide on the next course of action.
Thank you.
For the technical school, I have the Minister of Education. He can always give a better...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. It is true, according to our policy on our manifesto, we are meant to provide a technical school per constituency. But as government, as a ministry, we are as of now prioritizing having at least one to begin with at every district. As we continue getting resources, then we go back to the constituency. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, it is very hard. This job actually needs prayers. Can we, how do we handle all, and members, this House Speaker is supposed to be swarmed with many letters, I can hardly read. You see, I'm getting overwhelmed, and you don't want to, I thought we should be orderly. There are people who are here, they send me, that please, I want to speak. Now I have people whose names have been here from the other day. It is not fair for you to harass the Speaker. Honorable Mohenda Ronald, Fort Portal.
Right Honorable Speaker, my concern was in regards to an unsustainable model that we are adopting, especially with the Ministry of Health, of promising hospitals, drugs, staff, and everything. I feel like it is within the reach of the ministry to again bring on board healthy inspectors. I feel like that is where the story of a healthy society starts from. It does not start with hospitals, drugs, and doctors because it is not sustainable. But healthy inspectors, VHTs, must be brought back on board again. It doesn't make sense to encourage our constituents or our people that it's like we're promoting people to fall sick that.
Okay. Right. Honorable Minister of Health, dispose of within a few seconds.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The disease burden in Uganda is constituted of communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected tropical diseases. And our approach to managing them is one, disease prevention and health promotion, where he's saying we should strengthen the community health system. We have VHTs, the village health teams. We are now training community health extension workers. We have health assistants at sub-counties and health inspectors. I think the point he's raising is that we should strengthen the prevention part. But that is not meant to undermine clinical and curative services, because even if you prevent, there will be those who will fall sick. And therefore, we have to simultaneously strengthen the prevention, but also put measures to treat and manage those who come to hospitals. So we have a double-pronged approach, prevention, but also treatment of those who fall sick.
Honorable Koya, John Calvin, MP Chua.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise up concerning the recurrent lightning strikes at Chamgweng Primary School in Kitgum District. The school and the surrounding community within the proximity of 400 meters have been experiencing lightning strikes for the last 15 years, mainly in the month of July, even when there is very light rainfall. Last Saturday, the 11th, 7 women, including an expectant mother, was struck by lightning. This now brings a cumulative number to 127 in 15 years. Right, Honorable Speaker. This unusual pattern has caused fear among residents and poses a serious threat to their lives and property. I therefore call upon the government to urgently commission a scientific investigation and then implement appropriate mitigation measures, including installation of effective lightning protection system and community safety interventions. I beg to submit.
Yes, right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members. The issue is raising is quite scientific. but the answer to that is fixing a lightning arrestor to the school. And I direct the Minister of Education to exactly do that.
Honorable members in the public gallery, this afternoon we have a delegation that has come to attend the celebration of today's Feast of St. Thomas More, and the following are Reverend Father Vian Sekalala from St. Mbaga Major Seminary, Gaba. And you know I'm an OB of not far away from there, St. Denis. Now this is the first OB of St. Denis being a speaker. Yeah. I'm not from Budo. Oh yeah. Like others. Mr. Gavas Ndianabo, the national head of laity. Madam Rita Nacheyune, the president of Catholic Women Guild, Kampala Diocese. Dr. Awol Eve Ojok. Thank you. Ms. Nalwanga Regina. They have come to observe the proceedings of the House. Please join me in welcoming them and make them feel welcome. And honorable members who wish to go for this Mass, St. Thomas, you don't need to be a Catholic to ask who is St. Thomas. If you're a lawyer, you study about St. Thomas. And the prayers are going on. So next is Honorable Amanio Bravilla Sheila. 1 minute. And you have 2 questions.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a matter concerning the 1 billion road maintenance development grant that is given to every local government. It came to attention when we were attending the Roads Committee recently that there is taxes, that government pays taxes on that money on the road maintenance, and we're making a loss because there's a component of around 100 million. And on this 100 million for maintenance, when local government is trying to probably go to Victoria Motors to repair their machines, there's on the invoice, there's a 24% VAT, 18%, and also 7% for withholding tax, which comes to a total 6% withholding tax, which comes to a total of 24%. So there is less money used that is left for repairs of.
Thank you. Right Honorable. Finance, you're doing that on behalf of the Prime Minister, you know that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government allocates 1 billion for road maintenance in all districts of Uganda, plus the municipalities. Mr. Speaker, allocations of government do not attract tax. However, the service providers to government are not exempt from tax. So the tax, I want to believe the information which has been given to a member to bring to the House is in respect of VAT of 18% for service providers and also the 6% withholding tax. Mr. Speaker, this is irregular because a service provider to government is not exempt the income earned by the service provider to government is not exempt. If you provide a service, you add VAT, and you claim it. If it is withholding tax, at the end of the period, file your returns, you either claim it back or you account for it. So we don't see any problem with that, Mr. Speaker.
There's your former employee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the response by the Minister, but the colleague, the issue she's raising, these local governments, for example, purchase fuel from pumps. As you know, Honorable Minister, fuel is VAT exempt. There is no VAT. They also, those petrol stations and other service providers have been gazetted as withholding agents. But remember, you are withholding from a government entity that does not ordinarily require to file income tax returns. So the effect, the net effect, is the reduction of the amount of money that is going into the roads. The intention of government was to allocate 1 billion to enable municipalities and districts utilize that money into the construction of roads. If they go and purchase fuel and they withhold money, it's actually undermining the effort of government. So either the ministry looks at it and provides an explicit exclusion or exemption, or you top up the money so that you compensate for the amount of money that is being lost.
That's why some professionals need to be in the house. And I was making a case for him. He's not in the budget committee, he's not anywhere. Government chief whip, you should take him so that we can benefit from his. And that one affects all districts, not only Mukono. Minister, Unacho Uganda.
Mr. Speaker, taxation is a policy matter. Mr. Speaker, it is good that you are referring to professionalism in this engagement. Mr. Speaker, we either say that we want to develop this economy together by paying due taxes, or we say no taxation, and then we don't provide services to the people of Uganda. We have to be firm, Mr. Speaker. If you say a provider of fuel should not pay withholding tax, if you say a service provider to a district should be exempt from tax, a supply of culverts, other things, who will pay? Mr. Speaker, we have to be firm as leaders. We forget about cheap popularity, and we be firm on providing services to the people of Uganda, and also tell them where the money to provide services come from. Mr. Speaker, you have all the service providers of government. These service providers are paying taxes. It is not only happening in local governments. If you say that money that comes from government should be cushioned about taxes, Mr. Speaker, we will not get anywhere. Thank you.
Now that is a chartered accountant.
Right,
against a former...
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Tutase, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament are members of the District Roads Committee. I want to inform you that since we are members of the District Roads Committee, government already provided the road units, excavators, the water boozers. They just put fuel and the road is done. We only need to put our feet down to do continuous oversight over the little money government sends to the districts, so that there is value for money. That's all I can say.
Thank you. So we've made it known.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I think we want to go to another.
Just allow me to clarify, because I thank the Prime Minister for raising the issue. The Honorable Minister of Finance, no one is saying that the service providers don't pay tax. What we are saying is that if the district is going to pay to buy fuel, why should they withhold VAT on a district? Because these service providers like petrol stations are effectively withholding tax from an entity that is not eligible to file for income tax. And that's what we are saying. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, we can engage offline to understand this issue, because it's affecting all of us. I think there is mistreatment and misapplication of tax on the issue of the 1 billion for roads.
Thank you.
It is affecting.
I would, Prime Minister, is a matter that is referred to you, can be harmonized with even a legal opinion. Because the argument of the minister is that all service providers who are dealing with the government, they pay tax. So government is so wise that they give with one hand and also collect with another one. So that has just come to my knowledge also today. So can we have the next question? Honorable Bura Ogwang Patrick.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Patrick Obura, a Member of Parliament for Yam South, but also the Chairman now Parliamentary Group. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of AFCON, Lira City leadership is crumbling right now because of suspension of works on the access roads as we speak. 18.7 kilometers of access roads have been suspended. They are worried. We request that Right Honorable Prime Minister, you update us on this, and probably request the line minister to have a meeting with the leadership of Lira City. Secondly, Right Honorable Prime...
I think you were not here.
I was here, Right Honorable.
When the Prime Minister undertook
I was here, Right
to
Honorable.
meet you people. Yeah. That one is resorted. Minister of Education, what? We agreed they would meet you and discuss the issues of access roads and yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, the mandate of constructing roads outside the stadium is with the Minister of Works and Transport. The mandate of which is within the contract is for the contractor doing a Kibwa Stadium to tarmac all access roads inside the facility. So that should be clarified. I thank you.
Honorable Kemis, related to sports.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, West Nile region is one of the greatest regions that has been known of sports. We have the Sadiq Wasa, who was one of the greatest goalkeeper of this nation, Dokas Njikuru. We have the current goalkeeper of Uganda. The gentleman who played for Australia comes from West Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, Arua municipality then came into PPDA program with one of the enterprises within the city. And it was around 2019 where we were raising Arua Hill Stadium. And the COVID program came and hit it. For better regional development, I would think that if the Minister of Finance and the Sports engage into the issue of bringing Arua Hill...
You're not putting your question in 1 minute.
Could I have a prayer that the Minister of Finance and the Education come in Arua...
You have the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister, through Prime Minister, come in Arua to raise the hand of the program that Arua City had to develop Arua Hill Stadium. That was inspected by CAF, so that we also benefit for regional development. Thank you.
I think that is for noting, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Then Honorable Mole Kamukama, you want to...
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I have taken note of the members concerned, and I know almost all regions now want stadium in their areas. So the Minister of Education is here and Sports. He knows that there is a facility that was being constructed. I remember we visited it in 2022. That was being constructed by a private investor or developer. Your point is taken.
Thank you. Honorable Mole Kamukama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Mine is a short one. The country is going through a big challenge.
Who told you?
Apologies, Right Honorable Speaker. The country is going through a big challenge of drought, and that is why we are having a human-animal fight going on in the country. In my zone, in my area, the whole of Ankole, the cattle is dying. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we beg your office and the Ministry of Agriculture and that of Water to have virus equipment like water bowsers, like tractors, so that we mitigate the crisis we have at hand. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and through the Prime Minister. I take note and I acknowledge the concern of Honorable Moreka Mukama. Most areas are hit by drought, and the cattle corridor is hit most. So we are continuing with the plan to have centers for farm servicing, or what you call mechanization centers. For Ankole, we are completing one at Sanga. That's in the medium term. So in the short term, we'll continue to increase on our fleet of excavators and water bowsers to intervene as we have been intervening. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Sylvia Tumhirwe Elinaitwe, District Woman MP for Ruchiga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter I'm putting forward is concerning Kasambia Health Center 3 in Ruchiga, which has collapsed one side, which is housing maternity. And right now, we have a challenge of women where they go for giving birth. They are now doing it at home, which is a risk to mother and baby. And also the side which remained is developing weakness and is likely to collapse any time. And this health center serves a big community in Ruchiga and neighboring communities of Rubanda district and Rukunjiri. I request that this facility is given urgent attention and restored for the service delivery to go on smoothly. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Sylvia Tumhirwe, for raising the issue, and I sympathize with your people. I will immediately dispatch a team of our engineers from Ministry of Health, because we have an infrastructure department, to make a quick assessment, and then we shall take action. And maybe in the immediate, we put a provision for where mothers can deliver from. Our message is that they should not deliver from home. So we shall assist the people of Ruchiga. The Ruchiga must shine and should get health services. So I will deal with, so I will liaise with the Honorable MOP to get the details, and then we send a team.
Thank you. Honorable Lukanga Moses Musanje, MP Njero Municipality.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Sanje Moses Lukanga, MP for the people of Njero Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, this country is experiencing widespread disparities in retail prices of petrol and diesel, with pump prices ranging between approximately 6,400 shillings and 7,000 shillings per litre, and that is during day, with nighttime prices becoming unimaginable, exorbitant, and unacceptable. Right Honorable Speaker, this is despite government designating the national oil company UNOC as the sole importer of petroleum products, with fuel imported through its contracted supplier, Vito Bahrain, is from whom licensed oil marketing companies procure their supplies. While minor price differences might arise from operational costs, the current disparities are exorbitant, substantial, and raise legitimate concerns over pricing, transparency, and consumer protection. Government has a responsibility to safeguard consumers through effective protection.
The prayer?
The prayer is, may this House, we pray that this House direct the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development to explain the persistent...
You have the Prime Minister now.
The Prime Minister?
What does the Prime Minister have to say about the disparities?
Right Honorable
I have
Speaker.
amended your question.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, for me, I feel I have to praise the President over this. If you compare the prices of Uganda and our neighbors, you will realize that the government you have, is a government that must stay. Honorable members, the policy of government taking over the importation of oil in this country was the best policy we have ever had in this country. Reason being, you can ask from the neighbors, please make a survey. Don't make a survey in Mukono or Kampala here. Make a survey regionally and globally. You will appreciate that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is the best president.
Thank you. If we could do one minute. Honorable Naguja Judith Buvuma. 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for the opportunity. Judith Naguja, representing Buvuma Island District. On Monday, 13th July, a gust of wind, in the fishing language we call it Ensoke, destroyed houses in Chijaka and Chiko Local Council and Learning Site, Bugaya Sub-County, Buvuma District. Over 20 homes and a community church were destroyed. Right Honorable Speaker, the affected people are in immediate need of shelter and foodstuffs. Through you, Honorable Speaker, it's my cry that the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness comes to rescue the lives in that sub-county. I beg to submit.
Prime Minister is here. She's the overall boss of all ministers and the lead of government business. If you people would only know, you'd make good use of her. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, you are spot on. Members should take advantage of my office, because I welcome everybody, and members have received the support from that office since when I became Prime Minister. And so I want to request the honorable member, through the District Disaster Committee of Buvuma, put it in writing, and we come to your district and save those people.
Honorable Lawrence Aguzibwe, MP Bwenge North.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is about agriculture extension services in the country. And there is a lot of absenteeism among the agriculture extension services, because sometimes you look for someone to treat your cow, you can't see them. My prayer to the Prime Minister is that we should introduce an e-diary where they can log in and log out, so that we can have a way of monitoring them. And then we should also introduce an app whereby if he goes to check on a farm, he should be able to report directly from the farm, send the GPS location and the farmer he has visited, so that you can be able to trace and monitor their services, and then we shall be able.
I think yours is advisory to the Prime Minister about the e-diary. You've not asked any prayer, but you're advising the Prime Minister, government. The Prime Minister has taken note. Honorable Seru Kenya, MP Makindye.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right, Prime Minister, I want to bring it to your attention that as a country, we have no prepaid Yaka meters. I applied for one in March. Up to today, I'm on the pending list. Secondly, road shading is the order of that day. And thirdly, sometimes when power comes back, the output is of low voltage, whereby many people have made losses. I need your intervention.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. You have the Minister of Energy. Do you have energy?
I have plenty of energy, sir. Right, Honorable Speaker, we take note of his concerns, but he asked for a comprehensive deliveries of Yaka meters, and I will provide what we are doing. We are aware that there was a shortage of Yaka meters, and we are now moving. In July to September, we are going to receive 275,000 Yaka meters, and the distribution will start. In October to December, there is a plan, there is going to be a second delivery of 550,000 Yaka meters that will be available to actually take electricity to households. And then January to June 2027, there is going to be another 300,000 Yaka meters. It therefore means we're actually going to start installing Yaka meters where there are no Yaka meters, including your place.
Honorable Wanyoto?
No, the second question was, there is no load shedding in the country, but there are outages because of the rapid development of various areas. Where we had put a 50 kVA transformer, we actually need 100. So we are actually working to procure transformers, to install transformers in those areas which are experiencing overloads. Secondly, we are aware that many places don't have substations. We actually now have plans to upgrade the substations in areas which have developed rapidly, such that we can provide adequate electricity, upgrading. And we also have plans to actually put new substations. For example, we are aware that Kampala is developing so fast, and they rely on one substation. We're actually now separating substations which are for industries, but we are going to build a substation to supply the households in Kampala in Ntinda, which is specifically for Kampala area, separate from the industries. So we are aware about what you are talking about. Upgrading the substations, building substations, and then the Yaka meters are actually being procured.
Honorable Wanyoto.
Thank you very much.
The Prime Minister is the most informed. You don't clarify the Prime Minister at this point.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Wanyoto Godfrey, representing the people of Dadiri West. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing here on a matter of national importance. On a road in Namugabwe sub-county, running from Bumilisa to Bunazami. The road was covered by huge mud as a result of landslide, cutting off people of Bunazami and Buwangolo. Right Honorable Speaker, we would have handled this case, but the district lacks one of the key equipments, like an excavator. My prayer, therefore, is one, that through the Right Honorable Speaker, for Minister of Works to open that road. Two, district, which...
Please, it's 1 minute. If you can't raise it within 1 minute, then you don't have to raise it. No. Tomorrow is another day, you can pray. Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I was informed that is a district road. It is under the responsibility of the district. Now that you don't have an excavator, the Ministry of Works, through our UNRWA offices in Mbale, are directed to provide an excavator to the district. The district will provide fuel, and then they open that road.
At least you've achieved that. Don't pray in 1 day, pray many, many times. Honorable Adrien Katsime, Shema.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Adrien Katsime, representing Shema District. I arise on the matter of an outbreak of anthrax in Shema District. It is so urgent, more of Ebola or Corona. As we talk, 5 people have died on spot as of yesterday, but 1. 9 are hospitalized. And I ask through you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that it's an urgent matter to take on right now, because it is spreading more to other areas of our district. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. And your 2 ministers have just stepped out for a
Right
cup of tea.
Honorable Speaker and members, when I was watching yesterday after the presentation on Ebola, members were saying we have an economy to protect. And that some things we don't need to be alarmists. But that notwithstanding, I direct the Minister of Health to use your technical people to go in Shema and find out what is happening, whether it is true, it's anthrax, and provide the necessary support and treatment.
Thank you. Honorable Ayagalachi Jamal, MP, Bukoli North. We really don't know what he wants, but let's listen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Ayagalachi Jamal, representing the people of Bukoli County North. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Bukoli County North have suffered enough. Thousands of people who depend on the road connecting Bujiri Town, Bulugui, Bufunda, and then Muwayo Town Council. They have suffered with the flooding of Kibimba Swamp. Last month, 3 people lost their lives because of the floods in this swamp. And now my question to the Prime Minister, how many people, how many more Ugandans must lose their lives before this issue of...
Thank you. Right Honorable. Don't frame such small the questions if you get a naughty Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Accidents happen. And I doubt whether anybody would wish to die. So people find themselves in an accident. And so it's not government that must protect everybody, even when there is a flood. And if there is a flood, why would people go there anyway? Right, Honorable Speaker, if the bridge has an issue, we can look for a way of fixing the bridge so that we don't lose more lives. But the question that was asked was too negative. That Honorable Speaker. But I endeavor to get in touch with you. Oli muzukulu wange.
Yes, the other question would have just been none. And then the answer, yeah, none. The answer. Honorable Tibandeke, your question has been answered. If you see on electricity. Honorable Kitiyo Patrick Kapchorwa. One minute, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. My name is Patrick Kitiyo, Member of Parliament for Kapchorwa Municipality. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have a national concern coming from Kabong District Local Government, where Kabong District Local Government advertised for jobs on the 11th December 2025. And on 6th May, they brought a list of candidates for these various positions who were interviewed from 13th of May up to 26th of May. On 16th of June, a list of successful candidates, Mr. Speaker, was released. On 18th of June, the district speaker convened a district local government council meeting where the resolution of council denied the listed candidates who were successful to acquire appointment letters. And this targeted people who are outside Kabong district. And some of these successful candidates come from Kapchorwa district.
Your prayer.
My prayer is the Ministry of Public Service should intervene to ensure that all successful candidates of Kabong District Service Commission be given appointment letters, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members, you realize that this was done by the District Service Commission of Kabong. And the law is very clear that all Ugandans are free to work in any part of the country. So the Public Service Commission is hereby directed to go to Kabong and, find out what truly happened.
Thank you. Honorable Binji Patrick Nyanzi, MP Butemba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern this evening is how fraudulent and unscrupulous men and women beat government systems to achieve their evil motives. Specifically, people forge certificates of no objection. They proceed to court and use the same to apply for letters of administration. And courts grant those letters of administration to the detriment of the right beneficiaries. And as if that is not enough, some people even don't go to court. They just use forged letters of administration, proceed to government offices, and they get the benefits of the same. My question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, can't we have a system where government
conclude?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue is, can't we have government offices coordinate so that before court issues the letters, they confirm with the Office of the Auditor General, the auditing system, because they depend on adverts in the papers, legal notices, which are never read by citizens.
Thank you.
A registrar effects a
No,
transfer.
it is enough. You said enough.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Is it possible to add another layer? Prime Minister, you've delegated who? The Attorney General? That the system now is not good enough. Can you add another layer to require authentication?
I want to thank you, Honorable Right Honorable Speaker. But let me give a bit of detail, and then we give the solution. Every Ugandan dying in this country, leaving property, that estate by law must be administered by the Administrator General. But because the Administrator General does not have enough staff, he invites a meeting of the family. And if they agree on a competent person to administer that estate, then the Administrator General issues that letter of no objection, allowing that person agreed upon to administer that estate. That letter of no objection is then taken to court, and then a notice to apply now for letters of administration. Then a notice is issued in a newspaper which has a mass circulation. If anybody has objection to those letters of administration being issued to the person named in the no objection, then it can come up. It is when no objection has come up from the public that courts have now issue letters of administration. So that process is so robust that if there is now a forgery, that's wrongdoing. And what I invite now the honorable member is to give a write-up, then I will raise the issue with the court.
Thank you.
That this is now happening, and then steps will be taken. I thank you.
The Prime Minister, you've given us nearly 2 hours, just endure for the last 3. Honorable Namboze Teddy, MP MPG, and then Honorable Kasiri Nganda Mulyanyama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. I've stood to raise a matter of urgent importance regarding the only police patrol attached to Buama Police Station in Mpeji, which involved a fatal accident in January this year during campaigns. Honorable Speaker, the vehicle was damaged beyond repair, and the police officers who were on board sustained severe injuries. But since then, the station lacks a patrol, yet it serves a vast area of Buama and Kayawe town councils, Buama Rural, that is sub-county, Chabadaza, and beyond. This problem has led to deterioration of security in our area due to police's inability to respond to emergencies and conduct routine patrol.
Please go to the prayer.
My prayer, yes. I pray that the Prime Minister and the concerned ministers tell us when a functional patrol vehicle urgently delivered to normalize the situation. I submit.
That Honorable Speaker, I have taken note of the issue, and I direct the Minister of Internal Affairs to go verify and see whether that vehicle can be boarded off, and then they provide another car for the area.
Thank you, Honorable Anwar Ricky. Not seen, I was looking for him this way. I thought he had gone to church, but apparently he doesn't pray much. But you can make your prayers now for the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm raising an issue of extrajudicial killing by the cattle rustlers in Agago district and the surrounding districts bordering Karamoja sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker, just last week, one person was killed from Omia Pachua in Agago district. Right Honorable Speaker, why on earth someone still be killed because of a cow? In this 21st century, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are, one, the persons who lost their loved ones should be compensated for the loss of their loved ones. Second prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, those who are maimed and permanently disabled should also be compensated. And thirdly,
Prime Minister,
those who lost their cattle should also be compensated, Right Honorable Speaker.
Single prayer there was compensation.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I was in Agago in 2022-2023 to handle similar cases. The Office of the Prime Minister commits to meet a member so that we can help. However, the President organized, can I call it a detach? Manned by army. There is a commander, remember, in that area. And issues had really subsided and reduced completely. Now that the issues are coming up, cattle rustling is a crime. We have even trained those Karachunas. We have trained them in Chankwanzi and Kaweweta. For me, I thought that one is a matter of the past. But now that that is coming up, together with the Minister for Karamoja, Minister of Northern Uganda, Minister of Defense, we shall tighten, we shall continue to tighten the security of that area. So for compensation, please come to our office. You give us the details of those people who lost their lives, and by the way, we condole with the families. We shall handle these issues as they emerge. But the fact is, the President of the Republic of Uganda has tried his best to stop cattle rustling from our brothers of Karachuna, the Karachunas of Karamoja, who have really had made it a habit to steal from their neighbors. This will stop, I know, with time.
Thank you. Honorable members,
please.
I am acknowledging that it's very difficult. We actually have two other businesses to do, which is time-barred, especially the matter of East African Legislative Assembly members. We have to receive the report. I had called Mulianyama, but he's not there. And you are the sister?
I am a colleague. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Nantongo Fortunate Rose, the woman member of Parliament, Chota District. In 2024, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you launched the rehabilitation of Masaka Chotena Mutukula Road. This is a border road that carries heavy traffic in and outside Uganda. However, the works are very slow. That too much dust has become a problem to the men and women who reside on the roadside and who transact on the roadside. The accidents are rampant. My prayer is that you send a team on ground to engage the company, Chico, to ensure compliance on the condition of watering the road to avoid the too much dust and accidents, and also put humps in busy centers because the accidents are too much because of the speed and the too much dust, and also ensure the quality of the road because it's an important road and it's needed as soon as yesterday. Thank you so much.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, it is true Chotera district, and we launched that road, and the company is Chico. Chico is supposed to complete that road in 2028. The Ministry of Works is directed to go on ground to find out what is happening, because by law a contractor is supposed to do forward maintenance, and if the contractor is not doing that, they are supposed, and of course, and water, so that our people, the neighboring communities, are not affected by dust. I request that, Right Honorable Speaker, you allow me. I will also go to Chotera. I promise to go there because I'm the one who launched the construction of this road.
Thank you.
As a way of oversight.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are even annoyed before you speak. The Prime Minister has been here. Yes, what did you want to say?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have something very urgent. My people, the landslide victims of Bukwa, are right now in the camp, almost dying of hunger. In June, the district disaster committee wrote to the office of the Prime Minister requesting for food. From June up to now, people are doing badly. I called the commissioner, disaster, and there was a lot of play.
Now you have the Prime Minister, don't give peace.
So that's why I was. The second thing is the issue of the very people. When we met the president, we asked the president to allow these people to graze in the forest, in the side of the grass side.
Prime Minister.
And please, Prime Minister, these people are still in the camp. Please do something. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, our brother is aware that we had a meeting, me and him, with the president in Mayuge some time back. I was with him in Kwen a few months ago, and we agreed that we shall relocate those people who are in that camp, who were affected by landslides. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the President wrote a letter to allow regulated grazing of cattle by that group in the nearby national park, but regulated. So today, I engaged the Ministry of Tourism to allow a regulated in Piane Upe and these people. Now too, as for food, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we are starting a financial year. Money was warranted, I think yesterday but one, by this man of finance, and we shall get access to the money to buy food supplies, I believe next week. So when we get money, we shall provide food for that camp. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is a related a motion here, just sit down a little. Item number 5 would be the last item on this, then we do the Yala, and then the State of the Nation we shall continue next week. Because we can't rush State of the Nation. It's a 3-minute, and Right Honorable Prime Minister is doing very well. If we continue like this, your work and mine will be easier, and even for the MPs. They will all come back. Item number 5.
Item number 5 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the verification committee. Sorry.
Is that number 5?
Item number 5, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to support the drought-affected sub-regions of northern Uganda.
The mover 3 minutes, the seconders 1 minute. You go to the prayers. Since the Prime Minister has given us additional 5 minutes, and this is relating to her also as government. You heard me, Honorable Call?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving this opportunity. It's motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to support the drought-affected sub-regions of northern Uganda, and this is moved under Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. As you're guided, I'll go to the prayers directly. Right Honorable Speaker, our prayer is that now that, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament as follows. A, that government expedites the delivery of food items to support the drought-affected households, as well as seedlings, planting material for food security crops for the affected people to plant immediately in the forthcoming planting season. B, that government invests adequately in the early warning systems to strengthen climate-focused and information dissemination so as to improve on safeguard measures against occurrence of droughts and other natural disasters. And C, that government expedites the use of US $38 million funds already earmarked for the disaster risk financing facility under the NSAF 4 project to deal with the challenges of severe drought in the sub-regions of West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Karamoja, Teso, Bukedi, Bunyoro, and Elgon. And D, that government increases investment in solar-powered irrigation system to minimize crop failures that arise from the absence of water. And that government establishes agricultural mechanization support system to ease land opening, increase acreages and under production, and improve food security in West Nile, Acholi, Lao, Karamoja, Teso, Bukedi, Bunyoro, and Elgon. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? By you just by majority. We can't say the whole house because I see the Prime Minister is seated. Yes. Okay. You want to make brief justification?
Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is based on the problem all over the country now. But as especially those who have been surviving on rain-fed crops, agriculture, are most affected in these sub-regions because people are doing badly. You will hear from other sub-regions like Karamoja, like some areas of Agago, people have started dying of hunger. And this is acute hunger. And Right Honorable Speaker, the most affected people are the aged, the old ones, the children, and the pregnant mothers. And therefore, it is important that we have to take action now to save the lives of Ugandans who are dying now. I thank you very much, and I thank you for giving me this space. Thank you very much.
What do we do when a motion is quite popular? Somebody seconding is there? Yes, Honorable Court.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Ojok, Andrew, Olanya.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion. It is very challenging that the effect of climate change is biting, and it is biting quite deep in the population. The population had actually invested a lot. People had cultivated. Many acreage of crops had been planted. But the dry spell came and nothing was harvested. So I support the motion that the population be supported with food supplies, aware that the next planting season is coming this August, and people will only harvest in November, December. So unless they are supported, many lives will be lost. So I support the motion that the people of northern Uganda be urgently supported with food supply and planting materials. Thank you.
Honorable Olanya, Ojok, Andrew, and then Honorable, you'll come. You were official seconder. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the move of the motion in supporting the motion. Agriculture employs over 70% of our population and contributes 24.7% to the GDP. However, farmers are left every season to fend for themselves. I want to propose an amendment to the prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. One, that we include the aspect of crop insurance into the policy. Because every year we keep coming back with the same prayers, that we support farmers with relief. If we could ensure that crops, I think would go a long way in ensuring that livelihoods are protected. Otherwise, I support the motion with that prayer for an amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Longoli, Simon Peter, MP, Chekwe County.
Thank you, Right Honorable
2 minutes.
Speaker. This is my maiden statement on the House. And so
I know how you feel.
Yeah, so I would like to make us a bit more uncomfortable by drawing a few more figures. It's been 3 months since rainfall last came to Karamoja in what's supposed to be a wet season. 1.15 million acres of crops have been decimated. 21 days of food 20 days ago was had in Kabong, 40.5% gum rates in Apumpum in Kotido. 20 people have so far died in Rengen sub-county in Kotido, and government has acknowledged 16. 6 months until the next rains in February. 8 weeks for the window remaining to distribute seedlings to those communities that might have a second season in the September to December window. Mr. Speaker, these figures come from 9 official government records and have been substantively corroborated by official data as well as international sources. The government has already responded because we have been having communications. On the 11th of July, the President ordered for a 45 billion contingency fund for famine relief and authorized regulated grazing at Pian Upe, as well as ordering a review of water reservoir plans in the region. That's a welcome response, but we find this insufficient. Our calls motion 6 to extend that response to every northern sub-region named in the motion, and to ensure that the resources deployed are adequate to the scale of the need. Mr. Speaker, I give notice of 3 amendments I intend to move during this debate. The first is that the government commits to further distribution of food relief across the 6-month gap to the next harvest, when distribution is not enough. Secondly, that MAIF distributes drought-tolerant seeds for the September to December planting season to food insecure households across the northern sub-regions, as well as some parts of Karamoja. And lastly, a specific provision for the therapeutic nutrition for children at risk of acute malnutrition. There is 120,000 of them in the region. Mr. Speaker, flour and beans do not reverse acute malnutrition. And from the mathematics available to us, the current distribution from 45 billion shillings can only last 10 days. and yet we need around 5 or 6 such measures over the next 6 months. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Attorney General, do you have an opposition to the motion? Government Chief Whip or Attorney General, then Prime Minister.
Speaker, it doesn't offend any rule, and I beg to support. I have no objection.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, all the Attorney General spoke. You are aligned. If you are not aligned, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion is urging government, and on that basis, I really agree with the opinion of the Attorney General.
Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members, government moved ahead of this motion, and already something is being done. We already supported the people of Kabong, Kotido, and some parts of Moroto, especially areas that are famine-stricken. My office
Go ahead, ignore the obstruction from
yes, the office of the Prime Minister on Monday presented a cabinet paper, which cabinet paper was urging government to provide support. And I want to inform you members, the President has already acted. He has acted and told us to use the army to supply food to the most affected areas. We already have stores of the army in Chigumba. So NEC has been contracted by the Office of the Prime Minister, first to supply food to those areas in Karamoja where we have reported the death of people. So that one is starting tomorrow. What I can urge members is for you to mobilize, especially those areas where we are going to start delivering food. Karamoja and surrounding districts of Chitigum, Agago, because of what you heard here, and then these other surrounding districts. Then I will take another cabinet paper to inform the President that other areas also need support. But so far, we have been given 45 billion to support those hunger-stricken areas so that we can save life of our brothers and sisters in Karamoja and other surrounding districts.
Thank you. So in light of that, we close the debate because the government is being urged, and government is already giving us status report that go ahead and urge us, but we are already doing it. Can I put the question to the motion for a resolution of Parliament? And that there are other districts like Kasese, which is also should be considered.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise a motion of procedure. Procedure under...
Yes, Cohen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Amanya Cohen, Member of Parliament, Igara West. I want to raise a procedure matter under Rule 63(1). And Honorable Speaker, as per this motion, it is talking about affected areas in sub-regions of northern Uganda only. And I'm moving under the amendment to the motion, under that rule, that we amend that
instead of us only focusing on sub-region of northern Uganda, we consider affected areas in Uganda.
Thank you. But also the motion was beyond northern Uganda. Enumerated several, but it is evident that places like Kasese, you heard, even Ankole, their problem is not food, but they want, the drought is for the water. This is the first time I'm hearing that. That's a big challenge as a speaker. So really, Francis, what is that? We are closing this matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is John Francis Okecho. I represent the people of Bujiri Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, before you close this, I sit in the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industries. In this particular matter of supply of food to the affected communities, the Right Honorable Speaker has informed this August House that her office has contracted NEC. Over time, the President has been emphasizing the issue of private-public partnership in terms of growing this economy. Where do we leave these companies that are in...
Please, that is not part of the motion for our debate. For private, yeah, please, let's be relevant and please. Honorable Francis.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Francis is my friend. I met him in Busia when I was an RDC, and now he's finding me here in Parliament. I welcome you to Parliament of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we weighed all options. You will realize NEC is the name of UPDF. They already had the food. Which food and the prisons, by the way, it's not only NEC, it's also prisons. We are going to use prisons. They already have food. The private people want to sell us food, beans, at 4,500 per kilo. NEC is giving us beans, a kilogram, at 4,000. And they already have the beans, and they are near. Now, AME is giving us posho at 2,800. And yet, the private people, our suppliers in the office of the Prime Minister, want to supply us at 3,500. And NEC has got transport. Our private people want to bring the foodstuffs and put it at our store. So we are cutting costs so that we can get more food to save life. Prisons have got a store in Guru, and they have started milling the maize grain they have in the stores. We saw it befitting because these people have these foods in the stores, ready kept, and they can supply the quantities we want. So we thought it that, and by the way, the process of procurement, we may procure, if we started now advertising, we can have that food procured or delivered in 2 months. But now it's government to government. The Solicitor General signs the agreement and they start delivering. In fact, that's why I've told you we have already started delivering. We just need an MOU.
Thank you.
So if we go private, it will take us 2 more months before we deliver. So this is an emergency. We can't wait.
So, honorable members, I put a question to the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to support the drought-affected areas, the sub-regions of northern Uganda, and all other The amendment is that all affected sub-regions of Uganda. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Let that be extracted and relayed to the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the record, you've been here for 2.5 hours. This is unprecedented. Keep doing good. Keep doing good, because when you do good, you feel good. Yes, can we have item number 4? Our very last item, and I urge you members to hang on. It won't be long.
Item number 4, or the other paper, motion for adoption of the report of the verification committee on the verification of nominees for the by-election to fill 2 vacant positions at the East African Legislative Assembly.
The chair, and we want you to be brief. The background is known, and just go to the main things to be the main thing.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. As I take you through the report, I want to lay the minutes of the meeting and the report I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I will try to summarize. As colleagues, you are aware that in 2022 December, Uganda elected 9 members to the East African Legislative Assembly, and these members, their term is scheduled to elapse in December 2027. But before the expiry of this term, 2 of the members, namely Honorable Kakoza James and Honorable Namara Dennis, participated in the general elections in Uganda and were elected in the 12th Parliament. Consequently, the 2 vacancies were created. On 16th June 2026, the Speaker of Yara notified the Speaker of Parliament of Uganda of the existence of the 2 vacancies. This therefore necessitated the election of 2 members to replace the Honorable Kakoza and Honorable Naamara in the Yala Assembly. As a result, a notice was issued by the Office of the Clerk in the Gazette and the mass media calling for interested parties or individuals to send nominations. By Friday, 10th July 2026, which was the deadline for the submission of nomination papers, 2 aspirants had managed to submit their nomination papers. A verification committee, which I head, was appointed to scrutinize the nomination papers and the 2 aspirants to establish whether they meet the criteria for the election to Yara. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, without going into details, the committee looked at the documentation that the aspirants submitted to ascertain whether these candidates their candidature complies with Article 50 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which treaty spells out the qualifications for the person to be elected member of Yara, as well as Article 80 of the Constitution, which spells out the qualifications for a person to be elected member of Parliament of Uganda. We had a detailed scrutiny of the nomination papers as submitted by the aspirants to the clerk. We had face-to-face interaction of the aspirants and also looked at the original documents. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have already cited the legal framework, so I will not repeat it, but it is specifically Article 50 of the treaty, Article 80 of our Constitution, and of course Rules 13 for the by-election of the Yara members. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the eligibility under Article 50 of the treaty specifically looks at 5 requirements. 1, being a citizen of Uganda. Number 2, being qualified to be elected MP. 3, not holding the office of a minister. 4, not being an officer in the East African Community Service. And 5, demonstrating proven experience or interest in EAC objectives. The requirements under Article 8 of the Constitution are also listed. You have to be a citizen of Uganda, a registered voter. You must have minimum formal education of advanced level, sound mind, not being a traditional cultural leader, not having been adjudged bankrupt, not under death sentence or imprisonment exceeding 9 months, and you must have resigned from public office at least 90 days before nomination. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, beyond the constitutional requirements and the treaty requirements, there is also a requirement for a nominee to pay 3 million shillings as nomination. When we examined and interacted with the 2 aspirants, we first of all received Ms. Stella Kiryowa and Mr. Bangumya Fred Rakizi. And so these are the 2 candidates that we interacted with to test whether they comply with Article 50 of the treaty and Article 80 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Briefly, the first candidate, Stella Kiryowa, we examined the criteria and confirmed that she's a citizen of Uganda. She meets the requirements of Article 80 of the Ugandan Constitution. She's not holding a ministerial office. She's not an officer in EAC. She has interest in furthering the objectives of the East African community. She paid 3 million nomination fee. She was endorsed by the Secretary General of the NRM. And she also got more than 5 MPs that endorsed her candidature. The committee therefore found that Ms. Stella Kiryowa met all the eligibility requirements for election as a member of the East Africa Legislative Assembly. The second candidate, Mr. Fred Bangumya Rakizi, we established that he's a citizen of Uganda, meets the requirements of Article 80 of the Constitution, is not holding a ministerial office, is not an officer in the EAC service, he has interest in furthering the objectives of EAC, he paid 3 million as a nomination fee, was endorsed by the Secretary General of the party, NRM, and also got more than 5 MPs that endorsed his candidature. The committee therefore found that Mr. Bangumya Fred Rakizi also met all the eligibility requirements for election as a member of the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Recommendation. The verification committee, having scrutinized the nominated candidates and established that they all met election criteria outlined in Articles 80 of the Ugandan Constitution and Article 50 of the treaty establishing the East African Community, recommends that Stella Kiryowa and Bangumya Fred Rakizi, having satisfied the requirements of Article 50 of the treaty establishing the EAC, be elected to fill the 2 vacant positions in the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I beg therefore to move that the report of the verification committee on the verification of the nominations for the by-election to fill the 2 vacant positions at the East Africa Legislative Assembly be adopted. I beg to submit.
Is it seconded? Seconded by, and the report is signed by several members. You should have that on record. Is there a minority report?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee had 20 members and more than 80% signed and will not have any minority report.
Thank you. Before I put the question, I want to ask the Sergeant at Arms to prove to us that these two people actually exist. They can access the chambers and that they can be able to be seen, to be heard for 2 minutes each, and then thereafter we put the question to the report. Are we in agreement to that? So you start with the lady first, who is not yet honorable, Stella Chirio. I don't know the relationship with somebody here, but let's just be careful. Names can be shared. Yeah. Yes, we welcome you. You can introduce yourself and speak to the members. Honorable Chirio Wachiwanuka is also here. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of the 12th Parliament, I greet you all. Thank you. I stand here today before you, honorable members, deeply humbled and profoundly grateful to you, members of the 12th Parliament, for having deemed me worth and voted for me to represent us in the East African Parliament. I thank you. I thank you so much, honorable members. I have been in the corridors of this parliament for so long. I started as a young girl. Today, I stand before you, honorable members, as an adult to seek for your approval. Honorable members, it's amazing. This is not merely the beginning of my journey as a member of parliament in the East African Legislative Assembly, but it's an opportunity for me to be part of the history of those who are shaping the destiny of our members, 300 million members of the East African community. Honorable members, I know in the interest of time, but allow me not to divert from what I had prepared. It is nearly 6 decades since some visionary African leaders came up with a dream. They dared to dream beyond borders. And you know what? They believed that for us as Africans, we should move as a team and not alone, as if we cannot move together. Honorable members, it is that dream that gave the birth to what we have today as East African community. Today, honorable members, the question before us is simple. That dream is with us. What do we do with the dream? It is no longer a question of whether East Africa can unite. The question before us today is simple. What kind of East Africa are we leaving for the next generation? Is it an East Africa where the young people are going to cross borders in search for opportunities? Or it's an East Africa where
Thank you, member. Thank you. Thank you. We wish you the very best. Next. Okay. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have prepared something small, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, this is the first time I'm addressing a plenary. So I request you give me some 2 minutes, then I summarize.
2 minutes given
Thank
to
you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is with humility and unwavering commitment to serve the Republic of Uganda and the East African community that I stand before this august house. When I set out, Right Honorable Speaker, to seek for your endorsement to the East African Legislative Assembly a few months ago, it was not merely to occupy the seat there, but to carry out Uganda's aspirations into one Africa's most important institution. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as we all aware, our community has expanded from 6 to 8 partner states with the admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and Somalia. The East African community is now a home of more than 300 million people, making it one of Africa's largest economic bloc by population. The question before us, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is no longer whether East Africa should integrate. The question is whether Uganda will stand out in that integration, and that's why I seek for your confidence, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, we all agree that Uganda occupies a strategic and influential position within 4 pillars of East African community. That is customs union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. It is therefore my aspiration to drive growth of cross-border trade, regional peace and security, while ensuring that our commitment in the implementation of East African community treaties and protocols to build a prosperous, stable, and politically united region. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I will also have it as my priority when I reach in Arusha with your endorsement. First, I would develop a viable infrastructure is to push for a viable and development of infrastructure.
Thank you, member. Thank you. It's not easy. So I have 2 things to do. As you've been told, we have a motion. And I have 2 questions to make. First, let's put the question on the motion. Those in favor, I put the question to the motion for the for the adoption of the report of the verification committee on the verification of nominations for the by-election to fill the 2 vacant positions at the East African Legislative Assembly. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, aye. The report is adopted. Honorable members, the committee has recommended the 2 candidates, namely Stella Chiriowa and Bagumia Fred Rwakaizi, to be elected to fill the 2 vacancies at the East African Legislative Assembly. This was after they were found to have fulfilled the requirements of Article 50 of the treaty establishing the East African Community and Article 80 of the Ugandan Constitution and Rule 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Rules of Procedure for election of members of IALA. Given that only 2 positions exist at Yala at the moment. And only 2 candidates have been successfully nominated and recommended to be elected to occupy those 2 seats. There is no need to go for secret voting as was stipulated in our rules. This is one of the areas that our framers of the rules did not foresee a situation where there will be no contestation. And so, as the Speaker, this is my guidance, that there would be no need to go to secret ballot, that we vote again for people who have already gone unopposed. Because, so therefore, I therefore put a question that the 2 candidates, namely Stella Chiriowa and Bagumia Fred Rwakaizi, be declared as elected members of the East African Legislative Assembly. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. The next item. Sorry. Yes, Lope. Acting Lope.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I want to congratulate the colleagues who have been elected into the East African Legislative Assembly. But only, Right Honorable Speaker, draw your attention to our rules. That Article 50 of the treaty, it requires to represent all shades of opinion in as much as it is feasible. So I only want to make an humble appeal to this House that since on our side we deemed it very right that since the 2 members of Parliament were from the other shade of opinion, we should not front candidates for that purpose. So I only appeal to you that when we move to the next step, we maintain the same spirit. I thank you.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip. And by the way, for the first time, Honorable Paul Mwiro is right on that one.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to congratulate the 2 candidates that we are sending to Yara, and we have sent the best of our side, and I want to thank the members for adopting your resolution. But let me also say thank you to the leader, acting leader of opposition, for the spirit that we have shown today, and we shall take into consideration, like we have done in the past. We have always taken members to Yala of all shades of opinion, and we shall do it again come next year. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I think there was total compliance. It was a replacement. It was not ordinarily an election. So it had to be NRM that lost 2 members. And I'm glad that there was no confusion. The slot for opposition will be there very soon in 2027, this same House. We shall designate for NOP and for opposition. Please, Honorable Swaka, stop misleading me. It is actually an offense to mislead the Speaker by murmuring around. And then the independent will be there. Then the party that has the greatest number takes, that is reflected, as we've done for PAP, as we've done for other. So I want to thank you all for the understanding. And there is sanity that I'm seeing is overwhelming us. Let's accept sanity to ride on, and we sanity to prevail. So the next item is, which I want you to call, is item 8 or item 9?
Item 9, adjournment.
Okay, honorable members, the House is adjourned to Tuesday next week at 2 p.m.